DJ Eddie King.
Hello, I'm back. I know it's been a rough couple days since y'all seen me, but I am back. Yeah, y'all see that title. As always, I'm gonna keep it short. I'm gonna keep it short. Matter of fact, where is my... Okay, hold on. Where's it? All right, here we go. Okay, I usually take my little caffeine pill so I don't be zonked out on y'all for real, but I'm gonna take it. I want to let y'all know something, right? Don't think I don't see certain things. Don't think I don't see it. But there's a time and place for everything, and right now ain't the time for me to speak to it. But, you know, shout out to all the people that want to be quoted for exactly what they said. Shout out to them. They will be quoted at some point. Just not right now. But hope y'all are doing fine. For those who got their popcorn early, okay? I hope y'all are doing real fine. Now, this is not a review of any type, right? But I just thought I would mention this. What is it? I forgot the young brother name. 5% dude that be on Instagram, and he was talking about like liquid gold, right? And the health benefits. Recently, a family member of mine was diagnosed with cancer, and I found out that, you know, nano gold is being utilized in technology to assist in essentially a 100% recovery from this. So I found that, and then I found, you know, this conversation about always drinking nano gold. And when I say nano gold, I mean that very literally, like nano gold. I ordered some, you know, I'm going to take it and see how you know, how I do, because, you know, I have some health issues that, you know, it says it would do really good in, and I'm on a lot of supplements to kind of like keep myself healthy. But I just want to let you guys know that the older you get, and all y'all know I'm 41, the more you have to be health conscious because you're not absorbing as much nutrients. Okay. Y'all might want to start, you know, getting into some supplements. I know it's been helping me, okay, because I don't... Listen here, I got McDonald's right now because, you know, I wasn't paying $40 for a steak tonight. I just don't got it. My check kind of short. I had to fix my car. But anyway, who's in the chat? Timmy. Who is Timmy? I never seen you, Timmy. Where you from? Where are you from, Timmy? You said Seoul. What do you mean? Where you from? I need to know. Hey, Miss Polly. Okay. You want to know where you from, Timmy? That name is very interesting. Hey, Robbie. Yeah. Robbie, now that's my girl right there, right? I was telling somebody recently that this her brand is her, just period. Like if she stops being her, I swear to God, I'm gonna have a problem. Like I always, whenever I see that she on, I'll be telling my son, listen, go play your game, okay? My show on. And he'd be like, you ain't even watching TV. I'd be like, be quiet, go upstairs. But shout out to Raw Bean. She always bring that content. And aside from some of the ratchet content we might do, a lot of us are very highly intellectual. I do think I need to mention that. We might get in with the riffraff sometime. We might, because it's entertaining, but at the same time, there's other segments on this network, on Intellectual SoapBox, on her different channels for, research, for all sorts of stuff. So I don't ever let it be said that, we just up here on some, just circular conversation or just, talking about things that pertain to certain things. Like don't say that, because that's not what's happening here. Yeah. So tonight I want to get into the last, and I mean the very last episode about these passport people. Okay. I was going to say something else. I'm trying to refrain from saying Negroes. This is the last episode. I'm not coming back to this conversation. And if you guys need to know why I'm not coming back to this conversation, watch the live from yesterday or the day before. Why not? Watch that live. Okay. I think it was M3. You might have to put that in the chat or something. But if y'all watch that live, I think it was like almost 6 hours. Like, we're not doing the 8-hour lives no more. It's just not worth it. If you watch that live, oh, my earring, you'll see that, yeah, like with the passport bros, like from yesterday, that wasn't my segment. But if you watch that live, you'll understand why now this is my last conversation about this, because I wasn't specifically talking about anybody in specific on that segment. We were just talking in general. And I just want to say this, right, to, Kings and Dreams. Because he was on a segment and then he dropped off. I'm assuming that he had other things to do. But he kind of dropped off on some, listen, y'all not listening to me, so stop. And he said something that was interesting, which was, in truth, there are some men that travel overseas and the way they act, or the way they don't act, okay, Matt, let's just say that, the way they don't act puts a target on everybody else's back. And that's the truth. It does. Like, I'll be honest with you, it puts a target on females back when they travel overseas. Because people think, we all, on that other shit. So I thought that was very important, because he's being honest. That there's some men that go over there, they're not going over there for sex, let alone to get married or fuck around. They're going over there because they're really into building enterprise. And it's a good market for African Americans to say, you know what, let's utilize our dollars and go further. Let's start building businesses in other countries, stuff like that. I totally get where he's coming from with that. However, the point of the matter is there's too many loudmouth people, okay, that call themselves passport bros, that are making it hot for everybody, okay? They're making it real hot. Now, that's not the topic of this conversation tonight. But we will get into it. And let me see. Let me check the some people go for business, They do. This is true. Some people go over there, because they want to, have a good time. Some people, vacationing. Other people going over there because, they got fetishes with, underage children, whatever. Been going on forever. But this is where we're at. So I'm just checking the chat, y'all. Listen, when I say I'm going to keep it short, that's my earnest intention. Okay, with the operative word being intention. Okay, that's my intention. Thing is, right now, okay, so just so y'all know, I have some audio that I'm going to play, and we're going to talk about the audio that we heard. And what I want to do is I want to get your take on the audio, and then we're going to hear some audio or see some video footage from an exchange between Saida on Crew Season. And I don't know if you guys know Saida. Saida is the woman that visits or is often seen on Crew Season and the Peep Network, who is from or is residing in El Salvador. And the reason why I thought that exchange was very interesting is because it's one thing to hear people talking about what they want to do and what they are doing where you can't really see it and there's no statistics to prove it. It's another thing to hear it from someone on the ground. Now, technically, she is on the ground. Saida has lived her entire life in her country, and she's seen what has happened over the years. So she's more inclined to giving her opinion and it being, what actually is on the ground. But here's the problem, right? You got a 23-year-old boy talking shit. Now, before I get into this audio, let me say something, right? African American culture has died in a way. It has died. Because there used to be a time in our culture where you couldn't be 12 years old flying off at the mouth. It used to be a time in African American culture that no matter what non-African Americans were doing, I don't care how old you is, when your grandmother or somebody your grandmother's age start talking, you shut up, period. Right? There was a time when you didn't address people a certain way because this is just what the culture required for you to even be in a room with people. I remember there was a time when you used to go to the barbershop and the little boys come in there and they was quiet and the men were talking. I don't know what the hell is going on right now that a 23-year-old boy can come in anybody's space and talk about there's no traditional women. Okay? Like, at 23, women? Are you dating women or are you dating teenagers? Which one are you doing? And here's what it goes back to, right? There was somebody who said in a comment section, when I was in middle school, the women didn't want me. And so now I don't want them. And I had to stop them and say, hold on, bro. When you was in middle school, the women didn't want you. What the fuck? And this is what happens. People get away with certain things because they use certain verbiage. Meaning this, ain't no women in middle school. You know what's in middle school? Prepubescent children. So, but if he was to say the prepubescent children didn't want to have sex with me in middle school, he would sound like a whole ass nigga. But because he says the women didn't want me and now I don't want them. No, bitch, no women wanted you. No. The little children didn't want to be around you because you was probably super weird. That's what it was. But you see, this is what people get away with, and because they get away with it, they keep doing it. And like children, like that whole single mother thing. Whether we say single mother or father abandoned, okay, it's easier to say single mother than to say father abandoned. But we're talking about the same thing: a household where there's just one parent, and that parent being the female. And keep in mind, single mother doesn't tell you anything about the status of the father. The father could be in jail with no access, and she's married, but she's a single parent. The father could be deceased, but she's a single mother. Father could be living in the home with them, but she's a single mother because they're not together. They're not married. She's a single mother even if they was together because they're not married. So the word single mother doesn't give anybody any indication to what her real status is and what the status of that man is in his children's lives. To say she's a single mother does not mean that the man is in the life or out the life. You don't know from the word single mother. But we definitely know when we flip it around and we say father abandoned home. Definitely know everything now. But you see, people not gonna say that because that don't push their narrative. You can't make a flex by saying, look at that father abandoned home, because the only thing you just said is father. Now we're thinking about men. But when you say single mother, nobody's thinking about the man and what he did or didn't do. They're thinking about her. Now, mind you, she's supposed to be the subordinate. So why aren't we talking to the leaders? But never mind that, because as yesterday proved, when women start really talking about who's the real leader and who ain't, and who deserves submission and who don't, people be in their feels. They really do. And I'm be honest with you, I'm tired. Okay. Like I said, this is my last convo about these passport bros. Y'all already know how I feel, but today I'm gonna get into Austin's personal circumstance, because I have a point to prove about youngins that want to run their mouth about relationships. Okay. And by the end, y'all will understand how I feel about him and his ability to open his mouth about what is not in America based on his experience. You know, because I kind of feel like it's cap. You know, it's like a 23. Who you meeting out in the street except for females that have not fully developed mentally or physically, that are still living with their parents or still in high school or just got into college? Like, what traditional women are you dating? Like, seriously. But is anybody going to ask this dude that question on any of the panels he's on? Probably not. Probably not. You know, because then he would have to answer that, and it would sound real different when he say, well, you know, the young girls, you know, that keep calling me yo or bruh or bro, right? And I'm like, oh, I know exactly who you talking about. You talking about the chicks that's 16 to 22 that call everybody bro. They call their girlfriends bro, the men bro, their boyfriend bro, everybody's bro. Like I know exactly who he's talking about. You see what I'm saying? I got children that age. I got children older than him, if you can believe that. I have a child older than him. I have a child that is his age, but I also have a child older than him. So I know what age group he's dating that he's complaining about. I know. But here's the real reason why I don't care about his complaint. Okay? Now listen up. I don't expect a girl 22 years old to know anything about wifehood, and period. I don't expect that. I don't. I'm not going to sit here and take no man complaining to me that the average 20-year-old isn't conservative. I'm not dealing with that. Okay? Like, what you going to do is shut the fuck up and wait till you 30 years old before you start talking about who's not conservative. That's what you're going to do. All right? Now, aside from the sheer like embarrassment of Austin when it comes to representation of Black people, okay, here's another embarrassment. I'm going to show you guys, like I said, the audio, and I'm going to show you the video, and you're going to see some hypocrisy, right? And I'm going to ask you the question. I'm going to ask now, but I'll ask you later on. When you hear this contradiction, do you think this level of toxicity, and I'm going to call it that, toxic, okay, that's toxic, okay, do you think that other countries who have worked for thousands of years to be what they are in terms of their traditions, however they got there, okay, I'm not saying they got there because through, you know, rainbows and flowers and stuff like that, no, however they got wherever they is, right? Do you think they got there based on a cultural model that these loudmouth passport bros are working on? So when you ask yourself that question, ask yourself and answer yourself. What do you think is going to happen to the world in a few generations if this continues to happen and the rest of the traditional world get flooded with all these non-traditional Negroes? And yes, they are non-traditional. And for the few, and I mean the 1% that is good, hashtag kings and dreams. Okay, you know I love you, bro, but you represent a very small minority. And as they say, the exceptions don't make the rules. Right, okay? At the end of the day, when foreigners say we don't want you Americans in our country messing up our culture, the fact that you praise their culture, and I'm talking about these passport bros, they are 100% right. Okay. And I'm African American. I don't let nobody slide talking shit to me about my people. I don't care how fucked up we is. But when it comes to this, I'm going to tell you now, they got a point. Now, you're going to hear a dialogue between this guy and, Miss Sayeda. And I want you to ask yourself, is Sayeda wrong for asking the questions and, wanting to know why in the world are you doing this here? And then coming from America doing that, but yet you seem to think that we need you here. Okay? Because that's essentially what she said. Said, I don't need your black ass. My people don't need your black ass. Nobody need your black ass. So what do we, what's the deal here? Because I don't see none of these passport bros addressing what's coming out of Brazil, Colombia, Peru, what's coming out of Africa about African-American men, what's coming out of the Orient about African-American men. I've seen some horror stories and they're just racking up. And now people are dying. Black men are dying and nobody gives a shit because of these Negroes. Like, let's be honest, because of these Negroes. And I went into that yesterday, so I'm not going to go into it too much today. So this is what it is. So where we at? Okay, so it's time for me to play the audio. All right, hold on. Wait a minute. Where's my code at? Okay. All right. So now I know most people are going to watch this on the restream, and everybody that I'll talk to probably by this later on probably will have to hear this again. But, for all those who showed up on time, okay, I'm going to play some audio. Please understand that this is audio of Austin. Austin Holloman, just so we can say his name correctly. And I just want you guys to listen to it. And, we can talk about it. I'll get your feedback from the chat after you hear it through. Okay. So, all right, here it goes. Okay, phone, come back on. Here we go. All right. So I hope it's loud enough. Hold on. And by the way, this audio clip was provided by Real Talk with Yanni. She has a YouTube channel. She's a pretty well-known YouTuber that talk about women's issues. And she obtained this audio from, I think is not World Star, but it was, I forgot the website that had it. But when you hear it, you'll understand. Okay, but just even if, let's suppose, right, this wasn't him. Just listen to what's being said about American women and the context that is being said in. Okay, so let's just roll it. Here we go.
Yeah, give me a one-word response now, bitch. Y'all hoes always trying to talk about y'all job like who gonna pay my bills? I'm a grown-ass fucking woman, ho. Who gonna pay my bills? Me, nigga. I got a fucking job too. What the hell? Y'all women always talking about y'all job, man. I don't give a fuck what you do for work, how much money you make. I don't care what you got. That was not the objective here. It was to fucking chill and then honestly try to fuck. Because if you crazy as hell, if you thought I was going to try to plan anything else out with your ass and your texting sucks. You and all these other fucking women got everything in common. And y'all women get mad. You love to get upset when men categorize y'all in the same breath as other women. You do the same shit. So let this light-skinned nigga be the first one to tell you this way. Yeah.
Okay. Did anybody hear that? Put a one in the chat, please. So let me know if I need to play that again. Did anybody hear that? And B-Eazy, the context is just that. Okay, I didn't change it. It came like that. Okay, this is this dude, Austin. And you can check this out at Real Yanni on Instagram. It was provided by Spiritual World. And actually, it came from a text message off his phone. I'm looking at it now, and it talks about his response to a female, but I see the text that it came from, like the picture of it, and they just took the audio and added it to it. But okay, that's just the context. So he's basically what it is this is an audio recording of him responding to a female. Now I don't have the female's audio recording, but from the looks of it, it seems like they were trying to go on a date and it didn't happen. Okay, that was his response. So did everybody hear that? Did you hear that? Okay, okay. Adolf Hitler. Okay, you said you should be happy men like that who was speaking is trying to leave the country. Unfortunately, I think you're right. But unfortunately, I don't think you understand how much women, especially black women, are in alignment with your statement, and people are, in a sense, lying on black women at large to say, well, you know, they want these type of men, and that's not what's really happening. But your statement is very true. Okay. As far as B-Eazy, as far as Yanni, right, and her statement about black men, I've never heard her say anything quote unquote anti-black men, but whoever is recorded, you know, this guy talking, I'm sure it wasn't in response to Yanni. Okay. So, you know, I don't know, like, it's an audio recording. You can hear the context. I just want to be sure y'all don't need me to play this joint again right now. Hold on. Okay. So I'm assuming that y'all heard it. Okay, cool. All right. So, first of all, understand something, right? When you listen to that clip, right, does that sound like a man that knows women or how women operate? I mean, does that sound like a man that is like secure in himself? Sound like he fitting to cry? For real. Like, he's frustrated, right? But he's frustrated at the way a conversation went, right? Meanwhile, I can bet my bottom dollar how that conversation started and why it went where it went based on his last response. Now, before I get into specifically what he said, right? What I really take issue with here is that last comment. That told me everything. Hold on, you said, Mr. LeBron, you said, Lola, did you see what Yeezy's wife said before marrying him? Yeah, you talking about Mulan and them? Yeah, I seen what she said. Mm-hmm. But that's your classic Negro for you right there. It is. And I mean, whatever happens to him is whatever happens to him. He's not mine. He's not one of mine. You know, African proverb. Yeah, I seen what Yeezy's wife said as far as like how she felt about black men. You know, and honestly, if a black woman would have said that about black men, I bet you that woman wouldn't be married to a black man. I tell you that knew what she had said. I bet you bottom dollar that wouldn't have went down. But But far as like, you know, Mr. Austin here, that statement about him being light skinned, right? First off, does anybody think that Austin qualifies as light skinned? Let me know. Cause I didn't catch that from him. I thought he was a brown skinned person, like, yeah, like maybe lighter brown or brown. But I didn't get light skin. Like who told you was light skinned, dude? But never mind who told you was light skinned. The fact that you think being light skinned is a flex to tell somebody what you just told somebody. Colorism. Now, how many women have been saying that black men practice colorism in their dating? And it's very clear. Like, even if it's not said, it's very clear that that's what's going on in the world. And people claim, oh, no, that's not what's going on. You're just mad because you whatever. Like, it's no colorism. Meanwhile, we just heard this man say, and a light-skinned dude did it. What that mean? What that mean? Because you light-skinned, so you say. What does that mean? Can somebody help me out? What you think he meant by that? Right, he claiming that he Drake color for real. But see, I This nigga think he light skinned, but all right. But here's what's funnier though. He think he got light skin privilege. That's what he think he got. And then but then when a woman says this guy is complaining about black women, meanwhile deep down inside, this dude is a whole colorist. He think he should get ass because he light skinned. He thinks somebody owe him a text message back because he light skinned. He think he get to say something to a bitch because he light skinned. He get to tell a bitch what she need to hear. And I'm light skinned telling you that. And I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? I'm really befuddled. Light skin is a flex. Drake vibes. First off, Drake ain't technically light skinned. He's biracial. Technically, okay? Like he's fair skin. He ain't even light. And furthermore, again, what the fuck does that mean? When Austin said, and a light skinned dude told you that, I'm wondering, was the girl he was talking to, was she dark skinned? Because I'm gonna tell you something, right? Light skin to light skin, I've never heard a dude try to flex on a light skinned woman for being light skinned. I've never seen that one day in my damn life. Like, and I've been up here 41 years. I've been in the blackest city in this world. Well, not in the world, but maybe on this side of the Macy-Dixon line. But I ain't never seen no light-skinned dude try to flex on a light-skinned woman for being light-skinned. That don't make any sense. The only thing that makes sense is this dude was lighter skinned than the woman he was talking to. So then he wanted to quote unquote tell her off and then say, and a light-skinned dude told you that. Like it's almost quasi like he feel like because he light-skinned, he's giving her grace because he's light-skinned. And I'm like, that's not how this goes. Like, you know, I can see your toxicity on the surface, okay? And it's skin deep. You think because you light skin and the person you talking to is darker than you, that gives you the right to tell them something because you're light skinned. You are a whole fucking bitch nigga for that shit. Like, for real. And this is what I'm saying. He's 23 years old. He hasn't lived life at all. He done fucked off on a few children, basically, okay? If he's done that. He ain't lived life to know when you start bringing in colorism, he's talking about traditionalism. Meanwhile, he don't understand colorism, talking about traditionalism. Where the fuck do they do that at? And why is it that this 23-year-old boy is out here in the street getting one-offs with grown-ass men and nobody checking this dude? Nobody. I don't care what platform he on. Nobody checking him. Not at all. Nobody. People ask him questions like, well, why do you feel that way? When did you start feeling that way? Do you think that things will change? Like he's some sort of fucking celebrity because he's a fucking like outcast because he's made himself an outcast. Like, this culture is going to fucking shit. All right? Like we was already in the trash. Trash can be cleaned. This dude, the culture is going to shit. I'm sorry, we're going to shit. This is some bullshit right here. Okay? Now, if y'all don't think that he's a colorist complaining about traditionalism, let me know. If you want to come up here and argue that point, definitely I'll let you come up here and argue that point. You know, I think I'm struggle streaming just a tad bit, so I can't really argue back and forth tonight, but so much because I got a lag and I can't do that. Hoping the playback will be better. Okay, I hope it'll be better. Hold on, what did it say? Miss Nebraska says, glad I wasn't whitewashed. I wish I was darker. Dark skin is beautiful. It is. My grandmother's a dark skin. Like, for real. Like, he can get the taste slapped out of his mouth. In real life, he can get the taste slapped out of his mouth talking like that. Let the young God live. Let me listen. Okay, listen. All right. I know why you threw that W in there. Okay. Who forced these women to bleach their skin? Is it because men are colorist or some insecure? Okay, B-Eazy, let me address your statement for right now, okay? Because I need to come back up. All right, hold on. I need to address your statement. You just heard this dude openly say some shit that to a large degree don't make any sense. And then qualify it by being light-skinned. Now, why in the fuck would your mind go to them bitches in Africa bleaching their skin? Fuck the rest of the entire planet, right? You are in Africa talking about a minority of women that are bleaching their skin because of a cultural issue they have out there. What does bleaching their skin in a colonized nation has to do with colorism in the Americas amongst African Americans? These are two separate things. Two separate fucking things. Why does your mind go to that when you hear a light-skinned man using his light skin as a way to justify something? Like that is it's teetering the lines of racism, frankly speaking. But instead of dealing with this issue with Austin, you rather deal with what's going on in Africa. Something that don't got a motherfucking thing to do with us. No shade to the African people, but y'all don't have shit to do with us for real. I mean, aside from the history and shit like that, but I ain't gonna go into that. That'll be another stream, okay? They don't have shit to do with us, and I feel bad that you said that. I really do feel bad that you said that, because if a dude was talking to me and I was dark skinned and he was trying to say, "Bitch, you ain't called me," matter of fact, you know what? Fuck you. And guess what? A light skinned nigga told you that. I'm like, what the fuck your light skin got to do with anything? Like you think you right because you light skinned? Like. That level of colorism is toxicity, period. We know it's toxicity. So why are we acting like when these Negroes go over to other countries that they're not bringing that toxicity with them? Now, here's another thing for you, B-Eazy. These Negroes never go to Africa to pick up traditional women. Never. Okay? The men that go to Africa are not passport bros. Okay? Shout out to all the men that have traveled to Africa for all the reasons they have traveled to Africa. They've never been passport bros. Frankly speaking, I don't even know if they qualify to be passport bros, because if somebody said, well, I went to Sudan to find me a wife, people are going to be like, like that. But if he say, I went to Colombia to find me a nice wife, they figure, okay, they're in a place where the white people at. So, okay, yeah. This is the colorism that we're talking about. This is the toxicity that rests within our culture that we have not fully dealt with, because we only 3 generations removed from slavery. And they taking that into other parts of the world. And it, like, literally, they're taking it in other parts of the world. And I notice when they go as far as the Orient and they start talking about, Ming Ling and Mulan and them, why isn't Ming Ling and Mulan is always the white ones? Okay. Google Black Asia, Black Orient, Black China, whatever, Black Korea. You're going to see some of the darkest people you've ever seen. Do you ever see these dudes coming back or going to or posting pictures with dark-skinned Ming Ling? Or dark-skinned Mulan? No. You don't see that. You don't see them posing with the nappy-haired, dark-skinned Asian chick. The authentic Asian chick that don't have straight hair. Did y'all know that? Oh, no. You don't see them posting with them. But when you hear Austin proclaiming that his words are true, and matter of fact, more true than true because he light-skinned, y'all gonna sit here and talk to me about skin bleaching. The fuck is wrong? Really? The fuck is wrong here? I'm not talking about skin bleaching, and I swear to God, like, if I talk about skin bleaching, y'all gonna get some real footage out here. But at the end of the day, I'm not African. I don't know why these females is doing that shit, and then the kids still coming out dark. Shit don't make no sense to me, okay? But we ain't talking about that. Ain't nobody over here bleaching their skin like that. And this nigga ain't talking to a chick that got bleached skin. I can rest assured of that. I bet you whoever he was talking to, dark skin and never had bleached skin. Okay, so no, I ain't taking that. Nope, not taking that. Not at all. Let me see. Okay, so y'all ragging on me because I got good internet for a change. Okay, see, this some fucked up shit. Look at my audience. This is clouding me, Lord. Okay, Mr. Best, you and your bleach comment. I don't even know if this is like good to read. Like, me like the bleach. Okay. You like to bleach your floor. Okay, that's what you like to do. Let me stop. Okay. Okay, B-Eazy. If a woman bleaching her skin here, she probably from over there. Okay, but what we're not gonna do is make a extreme minority. Okay, the going rate. That's not what we're gonna do. Okay, no, we're not gonna do that. No, keep that over there. Okay, Daryl. Okay, tonight. Okay, it's just so you can catch up because I'm trying to talk about the issue here without really going in on Austin Holloman because he's really a case study tonight. I showed some audio from him and I will play it again, but I'm using him as a case study. At the end of the audio, he justified what he had said, as stupid as it sounded, on the fact that he was light-skinned. Okay? Like, he's like, and a light-skinned dude told you that. Like, talking about himself. And I'm like, first of all, you ain't light-skinned. Second of all, even if you was, fuck you, okay? Third of all, your dumb ass is light-skinned saying that shit. What talking about, got the word traditional in your fucking mouth. You need to sit down, all the way down. Okay, like on the fucking floor with the children where you belong. Okay. Okay, B-Eazy. I'm not blaming, and let me show you a comment. Hold on. Lola, you're blaming colorism on men when women promote it as well. Let me help you, B-Eazy. Okay? I am not sitting here saying that colorism is not perpetuated in the world. What I'm saying is colorism was used in that audio clip to justify how he felt about American women. Okay? And he's not alone. And my point is, when you got men like that who are suffering from chattel slavery residuals, okay? Because that's what we really talking about, the residuals of chattel slavery, the tentacles that's still reaching inside of our culture from the slave period, okay? He's that right there is front and center with him. Okay, he's taking that toxicity, and it was and is and always will be toxicity to other cultures. And when those other cultures say, we don't want that trash you're bringing over here from your culture, this is what the fuck they talking about, this right here. This is one of many things they're talking about. But when you sit here and hear this man say what he said, and then tell me I'm blaming colorism on men, no. I showed you a clip of a man saying that. I'm not blaming shit. I just showed you a fucking clip. Okay? So let's be clear. Change your statement to Lola. You're demonstrating colorism from a man that represents the passport bros, so he say. And I don't know why women promote it if he promoted too. Say that. Don't sit here and say I'm blaming anyone, let alone colorism, on men. No. Listen to what I am saying. Get out of your feelings. These type of men exist, okay, that feel that their light-skinnedness makes them above people who are darker than them. And they take that part of race, that racism, because this is rooted in racism, that racism, and they go to other countries and they ally themselves with the white version of whatever's in these other countries. And then when these white people say, you're bringing your toxicity here, this is what they're talking about right here. This is just a small example of what they're talking about. Now, I noticed I haven't, and maybe I'm going to get to your comment where you say, you know what, he was wrong for saying that. I hope I see that in this comment section from you, B-Eazy, because see, I would rather you get up here for me to like for real. Like, I hope I see that shit. Because I don't appreciate that. As an African-American woman who is light-skinned, for real, okay? I don't appreciate that. I really don't. And the fact that you keep saying that women in America promote colorism as well, that's the fucking problem. But you notice you're not trying to deal with what I'm talking about. I'm talking about black men in America that are leaving America, that's going to other countries. And those other countries are telling them, we don't want you here, and we don't want your culture infiltrating ours because it's toxic. You don't want to say, yeah, that shit toxic. It shouldn't be in our culture, let alone anybody else's culture. Right? You don't want to talk about that. You just want to make sure, we don't say anything about the good black man. Oh, I'm sorry, the good black boy. How the fuck is he a man? On what planet did he prove himself to be a man? I don't know what comment I skipped over talking about light skin Keisha point. Like, at the end of the day, you hear my point. This colorism shit is toxic. Is toxicity. This is what exists in our culture that people like Saida is talking about. But a lot of times they get cut off on these panels and they don't get a chance to really tell you that, yo, just because y'all do that colorism shit, that's fine. But that's toxicity. Because in their cultures, they practice colorism too. But their shit sound more like racism. Their shit sound more like, don't bring no darkies here. We don't want niggers. That's what theirs sound like. Meanwhile, this is what ours sound like his, okay? That's what ours sound like. Now, I'm going to go through these comments, and I'm going to play this audio again, because maybe y'all ain't hearing him, okay? Because clearly, I don't know. Hey, Gray Pill. Goddamn. B-Eazy, are you going to keep making my point or not? Okay? Mulatto women think that they're more desirable because of just the color of their skin, because of colorism. And colorism is a residual of chattel slavery. Not slavery, chattel slavery. Now, if the women are inundated with this toxicity, do you really think that the men are not inundated with this toxicity? And do you think that this is a good look for us to take to other cultures, to spread in other cultures, in an environment where essentially black men potentially are making mixed race babies that are growing up in a place that is very tumultuous when it comes to colorism, or let's say racism in their case? Is that something that we really should be doing? Like, all I hear is mulatto people, like, most of the time complaining about their experience as mulattoes. And these are the ones that's here with all of the privileges. Like, come on. I'm like, no. Like, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. Okay, who is Mulan? Who asked who is Mulan? Let me find out who don't know who Mulan. Okay, Mr. Beth, I ain't fucking with you. Who is Mulan? You want to know? If you don't know who Mulan is by now, you will never know. Okay? That's not what we're going to do. Okay, B-Eazy, you still in that bleaching shit. I hope you find an African girl who look good, who is not bleached. I really do. Because you totally missed my point. At the end of the day, I'm not talking about whether or not who practices colorism, let alone the most. I'm talking about African Americans and the fact that shit is toxic here. And it's fucked up everywhere else, but it's toxic here. And men like this are going other places with that toxicity front and center. And that shit is not a good look for us. Like, let's just be clear about that. Okay. Okay, passport bros are an extreme minority, yet you get off on them. Okay. According to the passport bros, okay? All right, and I'm more inclined to call them the assport bros at this point, but because I know at least one of them, okay, who might not necessarily be on the dumb shit, I'm going to say passport bros, all right? The reason why the passport bros are not a minority is because according to the Manosphere, MGTOW, SYSB, and all this other shit, these pills and shit, according to them, all the black men are leaving and they're going overseas. If you listen to people who, like, for instance, Danica Marie, she tell you every single day, black men are leaving. And I'm like, where they going? I still see them living across the street. No, she's talking about they are leaving this country in masses. These are not a small minority. So my thing is this, no matter what I believe, no matter what you believe, according to the people we talking about, they're not a small minority. So let's understand that, off rip, and let's get into that. Whether it's true or not, let's assume it is true, right? Let's assume it is true. Let's get into what we really dealing with here. Let's just get into it, because I mean, here's the thing. Y'all heard me yesterday. Listen, pack up and go find Mulan, okay? For real, she out there waiting for you because you know Kim and them ain't fucking with her. Like, so you can have her. You know what I mean? Come up there and clean up. Come up, go over there and clean up, man. Clean up. They need some housekeepers over there. I'm just saying. And I'm more inclined to, what Raw B is saying here, because women are insecure creatures by nature, in my opinion. Okay. So I don't believe that women, one, started colorism, especially black women, or they promote it. I think that they're inundated with it and it has its effect on them. And I'm not talking about African women. I'm like continental African women. I'm talking about African Americans or black people or indigenous brown people, whatever you call yourself, okay? ADOS. God. All of the acronyms and shit. This is what I'm talking about. Over here, like, for instance, Austin, talking about how he's a light-skinned dude. Therefore, what he said has some validity. What do you think that does to a dark-skinned woman hearing that bullshit? What do you think? What do you think is supposed to happen to somebody when they cussing you out and saying, "And I'm light-skinned"? So a dark-skinned person can't sit there and cuss you out and say, "And I'm dark-skinned." What that mean? Because your skin tone. Now, what about the brown-skinned people in between? This is the fuckery right here. This is the fuckery. But when I tell you that, listen, this is a problem in our culture. We want to shift blame to Africa. We want to shift blame to, it's women that promote it, because women own the most television stations, because women own the most companies, bleaching skin companies, because women are the ones that want to look good, and they shouldn't want to do that. Shit like that. Just find any reason to blame a chick, no matter if it's a dude talking. You want to talk about a chick. Like I said, this is my last video on this shit, y'all. Because, see, I see you black people. Okay, don't talk. Listen, tonight, I got your trigger tonight. If you want to trigger me tonight. Because here's the thing. I'm not really triggered over this colorism shit. I'm really not. What I'm triggered over is the fact that this 23-year-old doesn't see who he really is. And ain't nobody, okay? I don't care how old they is, okay? Ain't nobody willing to tell this dude to shut the fuck up and just listen to advice from people who know better. Nobody. I seen this dude on a video with his mother, and he's a lost case. But the fact that he can come into any space tells me that we have lost ourselves as a culture. Like I said earlier, it used to be a time your dumb ass couldn't bring yourself into no space where one person was above 50 years old and talk your shit. Oh, hell no. No. Even now, I'm 41 years old. When I come into a space where there's like elderly people in my family or elderly friends and stuff like that of the family, when I'm talking and they cut me off on some rude shit, it's my turn to be quiet. I'm 41 years old. Fuck you think my 13-year-old son gonna come in the room and do? You understand? But this is a part of our culture that's dying, and I mean by the minute. Fucking around with this dude, okay? Somebody needs to say something, because if nobody says anything, you're gonna see other Austins that's 22 years old, 19 years old, talking about where's the traditional women. Nigga, you still smell like high school's hallway, bitch. Shut the fuck up. Talking about some traditional women. Meanwhile, listen to that tape. Listen to that audio. We're gonna listen to it again, and we're gonna move to the next issue. Okay, let me get through this. Because B-Eazy think he doing the most with me. Hold on, let me come all the way down, because obviously, like, I done missed like every fucking thing. Okay. Okay. Hold on. Let me come down here. All right. So, Notorious Ruthless Media says Black American women are not pleasant to be around. That is why men are traveling. Y'all attitudes are crazy. Now, Notorious, I hope you are black because you late as fuck. Okay, you late as fuck to the party or the cookout, whoever the fuck you is. Okay, you late as fuck. All right. We done already discussed the issues going on within the black community. We done already discussed for the longest time that if you can't find sex, because that's what we know people really want, at least for the beginning of their life, the first 50 years. If what you want is sex and you can't get it in Whoreville, #America, take your ass over there and have Mulan suck your dick. Okay? No one is stopping you. No one has ever stopped you. You don't need to tell anybody you don't like a motherfucking thing. Let's suppose every black woman's attitude was great. If you want to go over there and mess with Mulan, that is your prerogative. No one is stopping you. No one cares. It really doesn't matter. Really, it doesn't. You're late. No cookout food for you. Fuck out of here. Yes. I know. Miss Nebraska, I know. Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. Who we at? Okay, here we go. Okay, Great Pill Podcast. Okay. It says, who had older people on the panel last night? You cursed them all out. Tears. Okay. Let me tell you something. There were no older people on that panel last night. I ain't cursing no older people out. I know what's happening. I'm 41 years old. Okay. There's a 10-year gap. Let's say 10 to 15-year gap of people that are my age that are my peers. Okay. So I'm 41. If you somewhere between 50 and 55, this is at the pressing end of my peers. Okay. Like 15 years apart. At some point, we were both children together. You are my peers. Okay. So Great Pill, I'm going to need you to count. I know I look young, but I am not young. My car seat was metal, okay? And it didn't even have a strap. It had a metal bar. I was a baby just holding on to a metal bar in a car, okay? Like, I'm not new here. I know you think I am, but I'm not, all right? I'm not. All right, so I ain't gonna get into this comment section no more. Y'all trip. I'm gonna play this audio again, because apparently some of us is all over the planet talking about something. Skin bleaching. Like, oh, fuck Austin, right? Skin bleaching? B-Eazy, you know I'm gonna have to get your ass when the movie go off. Me and you gonna be we're gonna be doing some other shit. Cause see, you fucking with the wrong one. Okay. You are fucking with the wrong one. Okay, we're gonna listen to it again. Hold on. Where is my sound going at? Alright, so we're going to listen to it again. For the people that came late. All right.
Yeah, give me a one-word response now, bitch. Y'all hoes always trying to talk about y'all job like, who gonna pay my bills? I'm a grown-ass fucking woman, ho. Who gonna pay my bills? Me, nigga. I got a fucking job, too. What the hell? Y'all women always talking about y'all job, man. I don't give a fuck what you do for work, how much money you make. I don't care what you got. That was not the objective here. It was to fucking chill and then honestly try to fuck. Because if you crazy as hell, if you thought I was going to try to plan anything else out with your ass and your texting sucks. You and all these other fucking women got everything in common. And y'all women get mad. You love to get upset when men categorize y'all in the same breath as other women.
Okay, okay. I gotta stop because see, I get the smoke on this shit. Okay, y'all done heard that? B-Eazy, we ain't going over that colorism shit again. I said what I said. Okay, I done said what I said. Lord, child. Whew, I'm not even Christian, but Jesus, please. Yo, you out there. Help. Okay. So you heard what he said, right? He said basically he said something to a chick to kind of like fuck, right? He like, well, let's go out, let's hang out, let's Netflix and chill, whatever the fuck he said, right? And her response was something to the order of, is this going to be beneficial to me? And he probably was like, nah, I just want to fuck, or I just want to do whatever I want to do with you. And she's like, hold on, young, if we gonna be doing this, I got bills. Like, I mean, how am I benefiting off of this, right? Or she could have been like, okay, if you're not gonna pay and you just want to sit and use my time up and like that, I can't fuck with you because I got bills to pay. She probably said, I got bills to pay, I don't got time for you. But he took it like that. But you see, I'm trying to be diplomatic. All right. Now, let's be clear about something. He said his only objective was to fuck. He's upset because a chick's objective was not to fuck for free. Now, B-Eazy, get your ass up here and tell me how, women promote that shit. I'm trying to be diplomatic. All right. Now,
you got to echo. You got to echo M3.
All right, is it good now?
Yeah, I think you solid. Yeah. Listen. Stop terrorizing people with the little ass mic, all right? Leave people alone. Leave B-Eazy alone. He outside handling business. Yo, somebody need to get that mic away from her. She's out of fucking control, all right?
my blue light.
Now she's wired from like those caffeine pills or whatever the hell she was taking.
Nah, she wired from that sweet tea that she's drinking from McDonald's. That's what she wired from.
Yeah, I told her about the Coke and all that. The Coca-Cola, the sweet tea, the whatever pills that she's like popping right now. Look, man. Lola, like, this passport stuff has got you crazy.
Right? You damn skippy, crazy.
Let me say this, Laura, right? And I'm gonna hop out, right? But I gotta come up here and troll a little bit, right? Let me say this, all right? Now realistically, most of these passport brothers, right? The black passport brothers. Yeah, when they do go out there, because I know you mentioned about going out there getting these Latin women, not going to Africa. But look, we know in the motherlands, okay? The African motherlands, the people, right? They don't play that shit, okay? But here's who be playing that shit, right?
Wait, what you mean shit?
I'm talking about whatever bullshit that y'all talking about these passport brothers doing the so-called sexism or whatever, sex tourism. They can only be allowed to do that if they only go to certain countries that were taught to cater to the sex tourism. So if it's mostly like the Latin countries, then really, y'all bringing low-hanging fruit, y'all bringing trouble to your countries. You know what I mean? You got to really think about that.
Say that again. What you mean? Say that again so I can understand.
Okay, hold on. Mr. Best, you understand where I'm coming from, right? Just want to make sure you understand too. The point is, right? Okay, I've been hearing a lot of people put the blame on passport brothers and say they come around there and then they're corrupting their countries with American mindset. I get that part, right? Sometimes you gotta leave America where America's at and have a fresh start. I advocate for that part too. Mm-hmm. But however, you Latin women also have to understand, right, that you're bringing those type of toxic masculinities, that toxic American fruit over into your countries. You know what I mean? If you're trained, right, to cater to Americans, like to get money, to get a green card, to get whatever that you need from them, because you guys are rejects from your own, it could be anyone, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But a lot of times, go to reference like O'Shea Du Jackson, all these other people that actually breaks those things that breaks those things down. Okay. The reality is that, unfortunately, and that's why I said in the chat, okay, passport brothers, if they find out there and all they try to get some ass, they're going to go for low-hanging fruit because those women are the rejects that those other people that really don't want. You know what I mean? You got to think about that type of stuff. If they can't get like a committed type of relationship from those dudes that actually live out there, they're going to go with somebody, right, that is on their type of level. Okay. And I'm not referencing all passport brothers are the same because they do enjoy traveling out the countries or made for business. But also, I'm not talking about all Latin, countries. I'm not talking about all Latin women. Right. But the thing is, right, it starts off by actually come up here and actually being vocal about it and actually making a change to tell people this is how y'all really feel. But at the same time, right, YouTube is a small space. And so y'all can only go so far because really, realistically, you guys are only talking one thing, But when a passport brother do come out there his way, oh man, I bet you it's gonna be crickets because people know how to play the game. That's what I'm just gonna say.
Well, no. Let me respond to that real quickly, right? I think, and I didn't think of that idea. Well, it's not an idea, but what you said is a truth that I wasn't thinking of consciously. In that, on the flip side, right? When it comes to how these foreign countries are aiding this toxicity, right? That they're aiding it from a different perspective. Like, it has nothing to do with America and black people and all of that. They're aiding it from a whole different perspective. And let's say a minority of people in their country are aiding it from a different perspective. However, regardless of why they're aiding it. And therefore, the people in their country that don't go along with, let's say, the riffraff with bullshit, they're the ones now that's vocally arguing, hey, our culture is being corroded because you're coming over here with this American whore culture, and we've worked hard for our culture not to be like that, and this is what's happening. What you're saying is, although these passport bros or passport bros, maybe we should categorize them like that. The passport bros are the dudes that's establishing businesses and doing good for themselves for real, and the passport bros is just that, the passport bros. When these passport bros come over there, okay, what's happening is it's like a colliding of, just dust. The dust from their country and the dust from our country come together, and it creates a dust storm, and now it's raining dust everywhere on everybody. I get that, okay? And I think that because tonight my focus isn't so much the foreign angle on that, it's our angle, specifically using this case study with this 23-year-old boy, okay? I think that's a very valid point, right? And maybe we can get more into that in terms of how the different ways that they aided, because honestly, I haven't really studied that. I've heard some stuff, and maybe topically I can talk about it, right? But I want to say, like for instance, I've heard Saida say on different platforms that women in her country and countries like hers, when they see American men, the toxicity with them is, let me utilize any and everything I can to just leave wherever I'm at. And so they're not interested in building their own country. They're interested in using something to get somewhere else. And now it's like two people using each other, but the country is paying the cost. These are things I know about, right? And they're topical. But I'm sure there's other contributions to the point that you made, M3. But let's say I'm not as well versed on it because I'm not from over there, per se. Go ahead. You on mute.
I did get a text from Sarah. She would like to come up, but I explained the rules, okay? Because we do have requirements when we bring in guests to a show. Mm-hmm. As long as she, sends the thumbnail on her story, or even, if you're in here listening right now, mm-hmm. just, share, the post that I just sent you. It could just be on your timeline or on your story for whatever, and then I'll let you up.
Okay.
But she said she only will be up there for a few minutes because she said she want to clarify some things. But like I said, I told her, so as soon as she give me the okay, she let me know, then I'll bring her up. Okay.
So like I said, we can move into the ways that these other countries contribute to the bullshit, right? Mm-hmm. But to a degree, M3, America can only talk about what they can regulate, which is our side. We can kind of sort of talk about their side just to keep it balanced, but we can really only regulate our side. So that's why I said, when you got children coming in conversations talking shit, it's our responsibility to check that shit. That boy couldn't be in no conversation with me. I'd be like, nigga, I got children older than you. You better shut the fuck up when I start talking. You 23 years old. Again, you still smell like the schoolyard. Shut the fuck up. I don't care what you saying. For real.
Also, let me say this too, Lola, right? First, salute to everyone here, but let me also make this clear as well too, right? That all this is basically Lola's opinions, okay? So if anybody talk about you could shut shit down or whatever, look, these are her opinions. It's not coming from my opinions nor Mr. Best's opinions directly, Okay, we are a group, we are a unit, but at the same time, everybody have a difference of opinions. Look, I have no beef, no problems with Austin Holloman, but hey, you know, I just want to hear Lola out. Maybe she has some good, valid points. Mm-hmm. I'm just here as a listener. So I'm not going to be up here for too long, Lola, but I just wanted to come in here and say my little spiel.
No, I appreciate it. Like I said, that point you made is a very valid point, and maybe we can't leave that out of the discussion, like for real. But it's a very valid point. But I do think it might be a deeper point than maybe what we have time to discuss tonight. But it is an important point that does need to be stated. But to go a little further here with human nature, I think it is here. You're right. This bullshit does start at home. It does. And his home was here in America. You know, the bullshit started in America. So he needs to keep his bullshit to himself. Don't just say it started at home, because at the end of the day, we all know he grew up under a single mother. We know that. Okay? Now, I'm not saying his single mother did everything wrong, but the fact that his father might not have been there the way that he should have, this is what we're dealing with. Okay? Okay, because there's some parents that do their absolute best and their children still turn out to be screwed up. Okay? I'm not blaming every parent because the child come out on some stuff. You're gonna do your absolute and it's still gonna feel like maybe you didn't do enough. That happens sometimes, right? Sometimes it don't. Maybe it is that she was a horrible mom. Maybe his father was horrible. Whatever the case may be, it does start at home. But the point is not his mother, his father. The point is there is toxicity in America, and it's written all over these passport bros, okay? Not to be confused with passport bros, okay? And this is what people like Saeda is rejecting. This is like women in Brazil are rejecting. This is what women in the Philippines, contrary to popular belief, are rejecting. Okay, this is what people in India are rejecting. Okay, now I don't know about them Russian chicks, but this is what they reject. Yeah.
Man, you really trying to get me to go in, right? I'm really not trying to go in right now. I'm really trying to be censored. You know what I mean? Like, I know I'm a network manager. I know who I am. But yo, don't start defending these people, yo, because a lot of them are frauds.
No.
I'm talking about these foreign women. Most of them are frauds. Most of them sit here and they act like they one thing and they not.
Oh, but that's what I was saying. That's what I was saying to M3's point, that his point was about how they contribute to the bullshit that they might complain about, right? That's what I said. That's the other half of this conversation. It's not just the passport bros. That's the other half. But here's the thing. If we're going to talk about the other half, then we might need more than 8 hours. I'm just saying. We need more than 8 hours to talk about that.
Hold on, everybody. Hold on real quick. So Sarah, she shared on her story. I'm going to bring her up. Mm-hmm. If you guys do not mind, right? Because I don't want no interruptions. She's going to be real quick. Mm-hmm. We'll put you guys in the backstage. Okay? I'm gonna give her some time for her and Lola to kind of say what they need to say, and then after that, you guys can come back up, all right?
Okay.
So go ahead. You guys can keep talking until she comes up, all right?
Okay. But I'm not trying to get away from that side of it, right? But like I said, I can only regulate and deal with my people, right? So for instance, when I see one of like African American children like acting up, right? I can only speak to them with a certain level of authority because they one of mine. But when it comes to outside people and what they do in their communities, I can speak to it, sure. And I can kind of say what's right or wrong, but I don't have no room for regulation over there. When it comes to Austin, right? My problem is with the African Americans that he come around that can speak to his bullshit, that see it. And the only thing they can say is dumb shit like, well, I hope you're good, bro. Well, I hope you're safe out there, brother. Like, that's the only thing these people can say. They can't say anything else. This dude is clearly, the elevator ain't going all the way to the top. Like, clearly. But nobody wants to say, dude, you are a child. You're 23 years old. You have no business talking to any men 30 years old and above, telling them about what the fuck you can't find amongst these goddamn children. You have no business talking in a space full of men. You are a child. But why is it that he's allowed to do that? This is the toxicity in our culture right now. I didn't grow up like that. I grew up getting smacked in the mouth for sounding like I had something to say. I didn't even say shit. I sounded like I had something to say. Pop, 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 pop. It's like, where the hell do we get off at? This is the toxicity I'm talking about that we got that go overseas. That shit right there with Austin. Hey, Saida.
Hey, good evening. Can you hear me?
I'm glad you could make it. We didn't go off on a tangent too much, but we kind of had to go in a little bit on some of the toxicity that we dealing with here at home, and how it's a problem here at home first, and the fact that if we taking our problems elsewhere, that's exactly what we doing. Now, again, I have clarified to the audience. I'm not talking about legit people that go overseas that are going over there to make a better life for their families here or for whatever the case may be, but they legit. I ain't talking about them. I'm talking about what I have deemed as the passport bros. Okay, those people. All right. They are putting, like Kings and Dreams said the other day on this channel, they putting a target on people's back, and that is literally true. No matter how I feel, that's true. And I feel like that starts because there's toxicity here in America that's just leaving here on planes, and nobody's saying, "Hey, you're wrong. You are wrong. You're wrong for what you're doing here in America, and you're wrong what you're doing there." Now, I don't know if you caught the clip that I played twice. Austin talking to a chick on a text message, like he left her a voice message or whatever, and he basically was telling her, or their date didn't go as planned, and she basically told him she's not dealing with him because she got other things to do, like pay her own bills. Or she told him, listen, if you can't pay my bills, I'm not trying to deal with you. And she just didn't want to have sex. Okay, literally, she didn't want to have sex. And he basically cussed her out, clean out, and told her all I wanted was to have sex. And you over here talking about wanting to, have a man, basically take care of you. All I want is sex. And this is the problem with you American women. He literally said that. And my thing is, the fuck Twilight Zone are we in? What number Earth is this? Is this Earth 1 or 27?
All right, before y'all get started, all right, Saida, you got 5 minutes. I'm throwing the 5 minutes up. All right, once the 5 minutes is up, once you say your piece in 5 minutes, you can feel free to stay up here or you can leave, but I'm bringing people up after 5 minutes. All right, so I'm about to start the time as soon as I go in the back.
Okay, thank you. Well, I have so much to clarify more than share, because I see that a lot of people took my message in a different way, or they have just interpreted the way they wanted it. I do agree with a lot of things that you mentioned, but first I'm going to start by saying that I have nothing against men traveling the world, exploring, if that's what they want to do. I have no problem with that at all. If that's what they want to do, if they want to explore other options, if they want to meet other type of women, I have no problem with that. My problem is them saying that they're looking for marriage, but they're not married. That is the problem that I have. Because in reality, when you go outside of the United States, and that was one of my questions I asked him, have you met, I asked him directly, Austin, have you met wife material, good looking, submissive? And he answered yes. And then I asked, then why didn't you marry? And he said, because I'm not ready to marry. That right there was my point. He just proved my point, that he is not looking for marriage. So the narrative that they're looking for marriage is wrong. And that's my problem. Now, I am not saying that because this is another thing that was taken out of context. This is not what I said. I am not saying that every woman in other countries are looking for visas or passwords or wanting to leave their country, because that's not true either. We don't want to leave. We don't want to leave our countries. Actually, immigrants that are in the United States didn't want to leave their countries. They had to. If they had the opportunities that they had in their own countries, they will never leave. Believe that. So I just feel like these people, certain people, just by looking at these women, I would say, okay, she's getting paid, or this is another thing that I didn't mention, but if they care about the, the body count on women in America, why do they not care about the body count on women outside of the United States, because these women that are okay with, okay, you know what? I know that you're here just for 5 days and I'm okay with you just fucking with you for 5 days. And I know you're going to leave. That's what she's doing with every single person from America, from Europe, from whatever part of the world that these men are coming. So you're complaining about the body count on people on your own country, but you don't see that happening in these countries too, because we have that too. I'm not saying every woman, I'm not saying that's for every man. I'm just saying that happens. And I can see that these women are just having a good time too. Mm-hmm. The only difference is, and I get it, I understand that men want to they just want to have a good time, but they want to be treated well. Because I know for a fact that men don't care about paying for dates. And it's okay, because they're doing the same thing that they're complaining about doing in the US. They don't want to pay for dates in the US, but they are paying for dates outside of the US. The only difference is that they are getting good treatment, and that's okay. It's understandable. It is understandable. It's appreciated for them outside. There is a why they're being appreciated outside. Now, if you put me in the spot, like if you ask me, more likely, I will never allow a man to treat me the way that he treated this woman. I will never allow that. I don't know where is she from, but that's so disrespectful.
She was from here.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, a man with that type of toxicity coming to my country, it bothers me. And I wish that other women, I'm not saying, you know, because I see a lot of girls trying to defend themselves like, oh, we're not prostitutes. I'm not saying you're prostitutes.
Right.
I'm saying educate yourself to the point that don't let this man treat you and put you on that spot and make you look like that's what you're doing, because not all of women are doing that.
Right.
And that's it. You know, like I really needed to clarify that, because I have nothing against Austin of what he's doing. If he's not ready to get married, he's 23. Come on. But I'm okay with it. Actually, I appreciated his honesty, and I'm like, there you go. That's all I needed to know. I didn't even bother to ask nothing else, because that was my point. Now, something that really bothered me, I found out later, that he's calling these girls tour guides, my tour guides. I am a businesswoman. I own a tour operator company in El Salvador. And it bothers me that he's calling these women tour guides, because I have been in the position where men have come to me, try to ask me for a date, and I don't date my clients. This is business to me. Right. And it really, like, for women that are in this type of, you know, fields doing this, then there's gonna be all these men thinking that, oh, the tour guides do this. So that's something that really bothered me, and it made me uncomfortable. So I think that I just find it disrespectful.
Right. I can respect that. No, you good. I can respect that. I ain't nothing really for me to say to check that shit, because at the end of the day, for instance, for what I do, if guys is going overseas, telling people that women that do what I do, oh yeah, these are the easy women. These are the women you can just, like, I'd be like, hold on, bitch, hold on now. Like, no, that ain't what we do here. That ain't, no. Like, I would have to stand up for myself in that way, but obviously that's not me in this circumstance, right? But the issue is the lady he was talking to is me in this circumstance. Like, this is one of my people he talking to like this. And it's confusing to me just as much as it's confusing to you that men will say traditional women don't exist. Meanwhile, nowhere in their mind are they looking for a traditional woman. And my thing is, like I said, I think last week or earlier this week, on one of the podcasts on this network, it's not about what you're doing. Like, if you don't want to get married, cool. But if you want to get married, cool. It's about, don't be out here fronting like you about that married life, and behind closed doors you just fucking off. Like, don't be out here talking like, oh, well, you about that passport life, but in reality you trafficking people and you want some illegal shit, and like, what the hell? Like, don't be like, listen, do you, but don't front and then brag about shit and make everybody else look bad when in reality, all you gotta do is be yourself. Nobody's telling you have to do anything particularly. Like at 23, this is what I'm saying. He has no business talking about marriage. He is nobody's husband. So what is he doing talking about where's all traditional women and the good women? You're a good boy right now. No, he ain't even a good boy. I'm sorry. He's just a boy. All right, he not a good boy. Like for real. The fact that he that old talking like this and he don't understand how to respect his elders when he walk in the room, he's not a good boy. He's just a boy. And my thing is when he's on this phone talking to a black woman, telling her, if you ain't ready to put out sexually, you ain't shit. This is the problem I have with these ass-poor brothers. That's the part I have, because too many of my women are going through that. They're getting sucked into men like that, thinking if I go out on a date with him, if I, do this, maybe he'll take me serious. And a lot of women get caught up in dudes just like this. And then next thing you know, they get used up and Netflixed and chilled. And then the next thing you know, these same dudes are saying, oh, your body count. Meanwhile, they're terrorizing the community with their fucking penis and shit, telling people, I'm looking for marriage. So the problem starts here in America. And it's just trickling outside of America because of ass-port bros, not because of people who are legitimately going out to other countries doing legitimate shit. That's not why. And honestly, I feel like these passport brothers need to speak out more about these assport brothers. And we need to see more of that because, frankly speaking, when I see a dude use colorism to justify his point, I already know what time it's hitting for. And that's one thing, like, I have a vitriol hate for. Like, for real, I could have smacked the shit out of him for saying that. Just that part at the end. Okay? So, yeah, I'm frustrated in America behind that same behavior out of any man, but let alone to see that this is how African Americans are portrayed in other countries. This is what saddens me. Because I already know African Americans are not portrayed right anyway in other countries on television. When I went overseas, people was looking at me like, is she gonna like show us what we see on TV? And I'm like, what's the fuck? Like, okay.
Question. Lola, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Sorry for interrupting. What do you mean about the colorism? I'm not quite getting that part. Like,
at the
what
end
does that have to do with other countries, though?
No. At the end of his statement to the girl he was talking to on the phone, because I played his audio clip, he said at the very end, and I'm a light-skinned dude telling you this. And that's what I said. I said, what does your color of your skin got to do with what you say?
Okay, what the woman is from where? It's from outside
She's from America. No, she was American in America. He's talking like that to her. And so I told the audience today earlier that what I'm going to do is show you how he dealt with women here in America. And then I'm going to show you what he say about women in foreign countries and ask you, is this what you want representing you on the international market as an African American, as an assport bro, as a passport bro, whatever the fuck? Like, is he the person to be yelling out, we're out here as black men doing what we want to do because you black women won't do right? Like, right now, the chick wouldn't have sex with him. And she made it clear it's because either, because I didn't hear her vocals, either she didn't have time for him because she had to go make money, or if he wasn't willing to pay her for the sex he wanted, she didn't have time for him. Now, mind you, if all he wanted to do was have sex, this is a transaction. You want free sex, bitch? That's my point to him. You up here talking shit to her because she won't give you free ass. And now, Sayeda, you might not know this, but in our community, the only thing worse than a hoe is a free hoe. And this is what the hell this dude is out here in America hoping to get. And he's 23 years old. In our culture, usually back in the 80s, like this dude would never been allowed to just say shit.
Let me ask you something. Is this something a free hoe, as you call it? Is this something worse for women or for men?
For women, because then they label it baby mama culture.
Right. That's
what put all the problems of society on the women.
Right.
Okay. Because
what happens?
My questions have a point. Like I said, these women probably are not doing it for money outside of the United States. They're not doing it for money. They're not getting paid, but they're still having a good time with the men. So they're just having a good time with them for free. And that's how you would call these women.
No. If you're a type of female, right, and you want to go out with a date, go out on the boat, yachts, and just have a good time because you're young, you're 23 years old, that's not like hoe culture, right? That's just children having a good time. But if you got a man, okay, saying, I only came here to have sex, and if a chick don't have sex with me, she's a bitch, she ain't shit, and this is the reason why I don't like y'all, and you're black, and you're this, and you're that, because she told him, basically, if you're not willing to pay me, or if you're wasting my time, I have other things to do, like go get my money. This dude is the reason why baby mama culture persists. Him right there. This is the reason why.
That's crazy.
And because women want to be.
I have never been on a date thinking that I am going to charge a man because I go out with him, or I'm going to, like, you know, that doesn't even equate.
It doesn't cross your mind. But you notice with him, he said, I don't know if you heard the audio, but he said his only reason for going on a date was to have sex. So it's a transactional thing. Whatever it was, it's transactional.
Let me tell you this. I have never been in that position because I have never put it out there like that's what was going to happen. And it was clear that my behavior doesn't say that that's what I'm going to do. But if and I present myself and I immediately demand something, I think that's what bothered men. And it's understandable because if I am empathetic enough and I put myself in the man's... If I put myself in the man's position.
Hold on. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So if I put myself in the man's position and then the woman is just demanding, like on the first day, demanding money just for going out, I don't know. I will feel some type of way, to be honest.
Right. But that's the thing. At some point, right, if you're going out on a date with a prostitute, right, it's a prostitute. It's an equal exchange. If you don't expect to pay her in America, that's bad manners. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's bad manners to go out with a prostitute and not pay her. Now, first of all, if a woman goes out with you and, well, she didn't actually go out with him. Let me make that clear. She never went on a date with him because for whatever happened, she mentioned the fact that either he wasn't gonna help her pay for her bills or she had to pay her own bills and couldn't go out with him. Either way, he was upset at the fact that she mentioned something about bills. Now, if I know me, right, if a dude want to just fuck, let's suppose he would have texted her and said, listen, all I want to do is fuck. Are you down for that, shorty? If he would have texted me that, I would have been like, yo, my mortgage payment, $2,500. If I'm going to be a hoe, I'm going to be a paid hoe. Do you got my money or not, bitch? If you want to treat me like a hoe, I'm going to treat you like what you call a trick. I'm going to treat you like a trick. Because I'm going to be honest with you, Saeed, I hear what you're saying. About if I don't give that off to a man, he won't accept that. But here in America, this is a whole nother breed of men out here. You will meet that man and won't give him no indication that you's a whole hoe, right? And for some reason, you get on a date and they just say some shit that make you feel just like, okay, can I get a check? Like, I didn't come here for this. Like, what the fuck? And they might not even get you on the date before they treat you like that. This is what these young niggas is doing. And I'm sitting here. Go ahead.
Yeah, number one.
Go ahead, great Phil.
Yeah, number one, the long stroke is real. Two, I don't doubt Saida isn't aware that there's, perverted or pushy type of men out the world. So I'm not gonna insult her.
No. I know that.
I know, but the way this is how I'm perceiving it from what I'm hearing, just for the first repetitive 2 minutes, it's like, let me re-explain to Saida that there's bad men in the world today. So I'm very aware that she's aware. She got a business. She's a grown woman. I believe she's a mother, if I did my homework correctly. She's understand how the dynamics of life works. That's on the whole world. Now, I do have a question just for the recording. You said that was a woman in the States that Austin was had that conversation about. Mm-hmm. Can we confirm that? Because I'm pretty much on the grid.
Twice?
Excuse me?
Did you hear it? I played it twice.
I heard it. For me, because I was on a panel with him before. I've been behind the panel before. Sometimes I have conversations with him. To me, just for him yelling, because his mannerism, how I see it, it's like how Saeed said, I'm calm, but he do have that cocky personality. Let me throw some little undertones now and then. that's the persona I get of Austin. To me, it didn't sound like Austin to me. Only because this person sounded like he was just very angry, very loud, very violent. So that person didn't sound like this person. So unless we can confirm that,
if you go back, but it's on Real Yanni's page, and that's on Instagram. I heard about this on YouTube. People were they were playing it on YouTube, and they said, "Where's the source of it?" And Yanni was playing it, so she posted it on her Instagram page. And she said, when you go to the actual video, you'll see the source of the people who where they created it from a photograph on his phone, and you can hear that that's him. Like, if you listen to the audio, you can hear that this is him just upset. And I've heard him upset. I've seen him on a show with his mom, and he was screaming at her. It's the same person, but I'll play it again for you, just so you understand.
No, I heard it twice. So just to be safe and sorry.
Wait a minute. If you heard it twice, then you heard him talk about American women. You heard him talk about the problem with women in general. You heard him say, all I wanted was some sex. Meanwhile, if the girls say, well, all you want is sex, all I want is money, now he got a problem.
Yeah, but the point I'm making is when you said the DM, just definitely send me DM in the private chat for the source, and I'll check it for myself. And just to make a point, Ron never heard me that loud, that whatever, right? You know what I'm saying? My mannerisms always been like this, but I'm very sure if somebody said, "Hey, Ra, look at the gray pill, he just going violent," the first thought in her mind be like, that don't sound like gray pill. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that would be the first thought in my mind. However, I do know, to Lola's point, Saida, you don't have to give off no type of vibes. You can say hello to these men in the United States of America and be having a text exchange, and the first text they sending you is a picture of their penis. You understand what I'm saying? So yeah, it's very egregious. It's deadly waters out here, shark infested waters, trying to date in America. So whatever way these men present when they're over there versus how they present to women over here is something completely different. Like these men, and you sit on some of the panels with these men. I will say the panels I've seen you on, the conversation happens to be a little bit better, but these dudes come out of their face and they let people know they don't want to spend more than $40 on a date. They just want to go to coffee. And what they don't say, the follow-up is they want to Netflix and chill. Netflix and chill was a terminology coined in the United States because people want to do everything that's for the free, no cap, to get to the drawers. So, I know it may not be your intention when you say, I don't give off a certain type of vibe. A lot of women don't give off that type of vibes. Just in America, it has become the culture to be summarily disrespectful, especially to Black women, and then put all the blame on Black women and apply pressure. Oh, you want to wait till you get married? You wait if you want to. I'm going to be out here in these streets sleeping with all these other women. You're not giving the dude the buns. All of a sudden, your phone is extra dry. You trying to get in touch with him. You can't get in touch with him because he's sliding up in between somebody else's cheeks, and then trying to make you feel bad because you didn't give him none. It's a different wave over here.
Can we be fair though that it's
I'm just going to clarify.
I'm
just going to clarify this. I'm just saying that when I say I want to give that vibe or that perception, I'm saying that every time I go on a date, I'm always ready. Just in case I have to leave, I'm going to be ready to pay my meal. Always. It doesn't matter if he invited me. I am not thinking that he's going to pay. I'm always going to offer it. I'm always going to offer to pay half of it. I don't care. He had the manners to invite me. He's going to have the manners to say, no, I'm going to pay it. But he cannot expect nothing from me just for that. If he does that, I'm going to specifically pay for his time. And I'm like, you know what? Here you have. And he cannot say nothing to me because I'm giving, as a matter of fact, you want me to pay the entire bill? I'll pay it. But you will not disrespect me like that. Never. I will never. I've never been in the position where a man disrespected me like that. Never. But that's because I don't bring that. And I'm not saying that that's what women are. But if I am already asking for money before coming to a date, I've heard this, and please, this is what I hear all the time. Women asking for dresses before they go to the date.
I've heard that.
Nails before they go to the date. I have never asked a man to dress me to go to the date with him. Never. I cannot even think of. No. So, that's what I'm saying. Like, actually, I was on a date for like the shortest date I ever had. It was 25 minutes. He wanted to touch my hand. He was very touchy. He was getting too close, and I'm like, this is weird. So I had a drink, and he was having a drink. I asked for the check. I paid for his drink, and I was like, I have to go. And he's like, wait, what? La 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 la. And I'm like, I have to go. I don't have to give no explanation. But I would never put myself in that situation. That's what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. I understand that that's not everybody. I understand that there's men. Like I told you, I am in the position where I have this type of business where men have asked me, is it just gonna be me and you in the tour? No, I'm not stupid. There is a man that's there to watch and take care of me. You know, that's my security. I share location with other people to make sure that it's not just me. But the questions that this man was doing was so predatory to me that I was, you know what? I'm not going to take this tour. I'm going to send someone else instead.
Can you explain that part? Because from a lot of the spaces that I've seen with, I'm not going to put on Passport Bros, just men or manosphere. When majority of people say that word, they'll get triggered and be like, that I don't know what that means, so can you elaborate a little bit on predatory, like how men come at women?
Sure. And I'm not giving a race. It was not a black man. Just I because but thank you. Automatically feel like I am attacking a certain race. No. I am when I speak about tourists, I'm not talking about black men. I'm talking about men and women in general that travel to other countries. But this man specifically asked these questions and say, is it going to be just me and you in the tour? And I said, no, it's going to be a driver and someone else, with us. Cool. I explained that. And I was like, okay, he's asking, it's okay. It's a valid question. Then he kept asking other questions. And then again, is it going to be just me and you? Why is it not just being me and you? And I was like, I ignored the question at that point, and I was just answering other questions, trying to be professional. And the last time he asked, and he's like, how far are we going to be from the car? Because he wanted to do this hike, and it's like a long hike. But he wanted to ask how far are we going to be from the car and specific details that are normally not asked by tourists. They want to know, how difficult is the path, certain things. But he wanted to know stops, and I don't know, it was just a weird feeling. I cannot explain it. To me, it was just details that he wanted to know, and he kept insisting that why it was not just me and him. And then he also asked, are you single, a couple of times. So I just had a gut feeling, call it whatever. I just say, you know what, I will send a tour guide men with this guy, because I'm not going to take this. I'm not going to put myself, I'm not going to risk. And just like that, and I've had other tourists where like, hey, can I have a date with you? Other men ask me, does an experience in your country comes with a date with you? Things like that, and I sometimes I ignore the questions. I ignore the comments to the point where they're like, too pushy, like you say, because I've been in that position as well. When they get too pushy or they start asking for a personal number, why I'm not giving the personal number, why the business when they get automatic replies and things like that. So, I have those type of men too, and it's just normal. But again, I got to deal with it in a different way. I'm still respectful, but putting a stop in a respectful way.
Do you give your own, like, hey, this is where we're gonna go, this is what I'm gonna show you? So I'm confused. So why would they ask like specific details, like where I'm stopping here? Because when I went to Ireland, I have friends, she's up near, she does pretty much what you do. She does for free though, because she loves to just travel and get groups of friends. So she has a whole itinerary. I never had to ask anything. Here's the itinerary. This is the time we're going to leave. This is where we're going to go. So it's like more pressure off me to ask anything. It just let me look, let me read. Here's how much I got to contribute toward the pay. I think I contribute just definitely the flight. I contribute toward the diesel. I contribute just for the parts of the lodging. Anything else was one of my own, like food or just if I want to buy gifts. After that, we just all go together, have a great time. At the scheduled appointment, here's the places, and we might be at that spot. We might venture off a little bit, you know what I'm saying? Take some pictures, then come right back together, and that's it. So why is a lot of these people, for you and your experience, why are they still harping, or do you even give that type of hey, this is what's going to happen?
No, just like you said, everything is in an actual like a flyer. There's the itinerary, what is included, what is not included, the places, the stops, the name of the places so they feel safe, pictures of the places that we're gonna go, what they're gonna see or expected to see, and the prices, right? But this man specifically was asking other questions outside of what was there, like the distance from the city to the place, the distance from the nearest gas station to there. It was just, I was like, I don't know why he's asking these questions, but when he insisted with that specific question, why isn't it just me and you, or is the driver going to stay in the truck and in the hike, or coming with us during the hike, like he's hiking with us, or he's staying in the truck. At that point I lied to him and I said, no, he's coming with us. Because we do have another, they don't know, but there is another local tour guide that is coming with us. Is a man, so I'm never alone with them, if it makes sense.
Okay,
because I'm not gonna put myself in that position. I'm not.
I agree.
Stupid.
I definitely agree. Last one, I'll let y'all ladies fly with it. I will agree with you to one point you was making about you saw a false narrative that was pushed just on Austin videos, like, hey, he was saying this is a tour guide, because the first video, that's the first thing hit me. I was like, if this is a tour guide, it looked more like a date than a tour guide. Now, I know Beautiful Dreams had one lady on that was a tour guide, and they had their little conversation. And I'm like, okay, she's presenting herself like, how Saidi is. So it was the first date from what I saw. It was the second video, third video. Now it's multiple videos in the privacy of the house, out and about, look very romantic. These are things that I was seeing with Austin as woman. So yeah, it didn't look like a date. Now in Thailand, just the fact of is pretty much one to not saying poor, but poor in the sense of they don't make as much money as we do. They don't have that much as opportunities here in the States, right? There literally will be just upfront, like, hey, if I go, I'm using you for example, Lola. Hey, if you're in Thailand, I come to you and I say, hey, I want you to show me around. They would instantly say, hey, well, I'm not working. Can you pay me off the rip? Can you pay me? And what are we gonna do? Okay, well, this is how much I'm going to pay you, because they have monthly bills or whatever, and then we go from there. Now, anything can, like the interaction you see with him and the Kate woman, that's pretty much what you got going on there. Now, another video. Now, this is your question you asked, and this is where I say, not you directly, but people don't do the homework. Now, there's other content creators, men especially, that's actually calling him out on the BS. There's actually other men showing receipts of stuff that he said. For example, like he got a Patreon that's like $100, $200, $300 per month, saying that he would teach you something. There's other men showing actual receipts saying, hey, this is the guy that's not saying he is, that they're being very disingenuous with their behaviors. Heck, there was this one I can't speak on, but I have to pretty much find that one, because there's something correlating to your audio. So that's why I say I'd rather just look first, and when I find that video with the audio, then we can have another conversation. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of stuff that a lot of men that's actually expats that's residing in these countries, that's seeing stuff that Austin doing and saying no. There's actually one gentleman, I'll get his permission and have a recap on that one. He actually said, hey, he was actually in the vicinity with Austin, saying, hey, some guys saw that what he was doing was a big no-no, and more than one man spoke up to him like, hey, this is not how you do it, because our people here, the culture, they're gonna look a little bit, they're gonna frown on you about that. So I think you just need to walk away. And they told him, he walked away from it, I guess because that's when he felt threatened, and then he still continued to do what he's doing.
And I can see that. I can see he's 23. He's very spontaneous, and I can see when he speaks, I noticed that as well, that he's just going to say whatever he feels like he can say, without knowing that he's going to get in trouble. I think he got in trouble in Brazil, right? Already.
Right.
So he got kicked out. And I heard, I'm not sure, I haven't seen no video or footage or anything of what happened, but I think I heard that he got kicked from Brazil. And I have a friend in Thailand who crossed with him in the gym. And this man that I know in Thailand, he has no intention to get married. He has women on rotation. Okay. And I'm like, I wish you would tell all these men that this guy is lying about, because that's my point. using the passport bros to say you're looking for a wife, when in reality that's not what you're doing. It's contradicting with your behavior.
Oh, and just to quote you, he did actually say before he left the States, he said, I have a wife from Brazil. He did say that on multiple his content. And then when he actually left Brazil dealing with the threat, or he feeling threatened, I'm like, I didn't know, where's the wife at now?
It's not, because that's not what it is. And that's why I'm saying, like, in reality, they're not doing that. And I respect the men that have done it, because I hear a lot of men saying, oh, you find it anywhere. You find wife material anywhere. But if you find wife material anywhere, then why aren't you marrying these women? Because in reality, you cannot, like, if you ask, I am here, okay, in El Salvador. If I see a man that comes here for a week, I'll be very delusional and ignorant to think that I'm going to marry this man after just being with him 1 week, right? Mm-hmm. It doesn't require too much to, like a lot of brain to know that. That's very stupid. We can get to know each other. We can have some good time. That's for sure. And then after that, you can visit more time if we really like each other. If we can keep the connection and keep talking, why not? And build a relationship. Yes, those things happen. And I've seen it. I know men that have got married. I have a friend in El Salvador for over 10 years. He's from Jamaica, and he's married to a Salvadorian woman. He has a daughter, and he's a very good friend of mine. I admire. He's Black, and I admire the good father that he is. So the men that really want to get married, they get married. But the men that are not, and they're just playing and using this BS to say, oh, we're traveling to look for a wife, when in reality, they're just spreading toxicity to other countries, ruining other cultures, because that's what they're doing, and all I'm saying, I'm not judging these women that are, having a good time. But if you're having a good time, just better say that you're having a good time instead of defending their behavior to say, oh no, we're just good friends. And no.
Yeah. And that's why
let me say this. And I'm respectful, man. I'm not gonna get loud. I ain't gonna be rude at all, And Saida, I'm gonna just say this, and I'm gonna give you some info, Great Pill. Saida is way more intelligent than you even know, bro.
I'm aware. I do my homework. I'm aware.
Super intelligent, super duper intelligent, way more than you know. You know what I'm saying? Nah, D, it ain't that type of stream, Darrell. I don't do that. You know me. Now, with that being said, say that basically, let's just be honest. You like attention. You like attention. You know what I'm saying? You hop from panel to panel. You know what I'm saying? You act like you're unaware about certain things, or that sometimes you don't know that certain men have certain intentions, but you know clearly what their intentions are. You know clearly who they are. You know the ones that's thirst trapping for you. You know the one who's simping for you. You know all of that. You know what I mean? So I'm not going to let you sit up here and act like you don't know certain things. I'm not going to let you sit up here and act like you're unaware or you're naive or you don't know what that man's intentions were. You know. You always know. In fact, when I first met you, you told me in them three, about your level of intelligence. You even told us that you were the one that we need to watch out for. And I never forget that conversation. I don't forget anything. I don't say much. And sometimes I may just like and subscribe, or I may make a salute, and I just keep it pushing. Or sometimes I don't even watch at all because I'm too damn busy doing cool shit. But at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? You know exactly what every situation you get into, you know exactly what it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, you definitely know. And the will probably will never come back, Darrell, to be honest with you. And maybe you can ask her why, but I'm not going to talk about that here on the stream. And that's all I got to say.
What was it about me? When did it turn? I'm sorry. I don't even have a channel. I'm not trying to grow nothing. I don't have a page. I've never promoted anything. It's the first time me saying that I have something here in El Salvador. I don't know where you're getting that I need attention from these people. And I don't even know who you're talking about, but okay. I respect
you know exactly what I'm talking
opinion.
about. You know
I
what I'm
respect
talking
your
about.
opinion about me. That's your perception of me. I respect
It ain't
that.
no opinion, it's fact, and I got facts, but this is what it is. You know what I mean?
Okay.
I don't. You know, I have nothing against you at all. Nothing against you at all. I just know who you are. I just know who you are. So that's it.
Okay.
All right. Well,
thank you.
So, what I came up here for, right? This is what I was going to say. All right. This is what I noticed, right? About some like these conversations that people in general be having. Okay. Now, I know you're going to like, disagree on this part, but I noticed that like, okay, anytime like when I come to all these like spaces or whatever, and I'm not defending like no passport brothers, but I'm all about like just seeing things from both sides. Okay. So I'm hearing all like the bad rep about men who are traveling, people bring their toxicity out like in other countries. And I get it. If you're in a space where you don't want nobody to bring toxicity like in your country or whatever, I'm all for that. But this is why I'm constantly hearing from international women, American women. One thing that you guys have in common is that y'all love talking about the bad boys. But I don't hear nobody talk about like the good men that's out there, the good men in America, the good men or wherever in other countries. I don't hear that like a lot. Or from anybody.
I didn't even get to say too much nothing because Great Pill came up here talking about long stroking and then long stroked the whole conversation.
But Robbie, even if you had a voice or you like use your vernacular for X amount of time, like I would not hear anything good as far as when it comes to men. It's always like the man's fault. It's always men that's doing corruption. And honestly, like, come on, man. Like, let's stop right here. Okay.
That's a disingenuous misrepresentation. I speak highly of men all the time.
It's the truth. You speak highly shit about men, the bad men though. But I don't never really hear the good men. And the good men is out there, but y'all not finding them. And that's
okay.
To be fair,
now that's first of all, hold up.
Robbie don't do that. She talk about some wonderful. She just talked about Uncle Shay today, who's a stand-up dude. You know what I'm saying? So she talking about some great men. She do. You know what I mean?
I'm talking about these spaces in general. Okay. So if y'all take it personal, hey, that's on y'all. But I'm saying in general, the majority
you said
of the time,
all of us. So I just had to clarify. I had to for the record.
Okay, everyone is always the monopoly. Okay, we'll give you that. But I'm saying the majority of times when I come up in these spaces, I'm always hearing women talk about the bad boys, but y'all never talk about the good guys.
But wait a minute, hold on, wait a minute,
MB.
That's disingenuous because at the end of the day, when we're on these panels, right? Even the passport bros themselves then said most of them is on that dumb shit. Like they said that most of them is on the stupid stuff. That it's a small minority of men that's truly on the better stuff. Now, mind you, that small minority doesn't have a big voice here or abroad. The issue is this. I wouldn't care about this conversation if black men wasn't dying overseas and black people here. Like, why the fuck should we care? They're over there. And then they're saying black women don't care about black men dying overseas that said they went overseas because they didn't give a shit about black women. Like, what the hell? Like these guys that are doing the most are having a bigger voice than the minority that you're talking about. And at the end of the day, in the same spaces, right? What do they talk about the most? The women that they hate the most, the women that they would never date, the women that got the high body counts, the women with the hair they don't want, the women with the eyelashes they don't want, the women that don't talk the way they don't want. They don't talk about the regular schmegular girls that are trying to date them, but they just don't want them because, like one guy said, I'll pass. Like, I don't want her. I want the girl I want. They're not talking about those minority of good women out here. That's not what the case is. You know, when you're in these spaces, all they talk about is the bad women. So why in the world are you holding women to task that you ain't holding men to task for? At the end of the day, the reason why bad people talked about in these spaces is because we have a problem that we need to address, which is the bad people. We don't need to address the minority of good people. We need to address the majority of bad people. So it's like, I'm not blaming them for talking about the bad women. I'm not saying you shouldn't be talking about how to avoid these bad women. But if you, M3, are going to say, I always hear y'all talking about the bad guys. I just played a clip from you of a guy who sat there and said, all I want is to use you. And you won't let me use you. And fuck you if you won't let me use you. That's what he said out his mouth essentially. And said, oh, you want me to do something for you when all I want to do is use you? And then you going to tell me, all y'all talk about is the bad ones. Tell me in what context am I going to bring up the good guys here? Which one?
Oh,
and when I do my context, and when I do my content, I do contrast, like my content today on Uncle Shay Shay. Uncle Shay Shay dispelled all the myths that a lot of these men be out here talking about. Oh, I don't want no woman with no kids. Oh, you know, I was always ready. It was the woman. Uncle Shay Shay kept it a bean. Him and Chad Ochocinco. Nah, I'm living this life. I'm out here partying. I'm man enough to know I'm not going to be a good brother. I'm not going to be a good father. I'm not going to be a good husband. I already got my careers in front of everything. So I stayed to myself. Now I'm ready to get into something. See, that's a good man. I highlight character. People that got shitty character, it is what it is. I'm going to talk about it. Like Lola said, y'all don't get carte blanche to run around trashing women. And then as soon as women say something bad, oh, you're masculine. You're not resting in your femininity. Oh my God, you're attacking the black man.
Can I respond?
Oh, but you got a wig on. Nigga, your mama got a wig on.
I ain't gonna lie, she's right about that one, because I remember it, and this is not her panel, but I was on a panel where all men said this what they want and they don't want, right? Lola and Robbie said, hey, they want women with no eyelashes, no weave, no extensions, no braids, feminine, fit feminine, right? But at the same time, they're like 3 times their own size. And then if you look on the other spectrum, these women that they want, Lola gave an example of like lighter the better, right? Back to colorism, just a little bit. I don't want to go in deep in that, but just the lighter the better, right? So then when they find those women, whether it's overseas, because I keep it on the Passport Bros level conversation. So when they find these women overseas, or quote unquote not a black woman that doesn't have that they find, guess what they have? They have extensions in their hair. They have eyelashes. They literally have nails like this long. Shout out to Zoom to Thailand with his homeboy, the chocolate podcast man, because his Thailand woman got tattoos all over her body and got nails like longer than the tip of my cap. And somehow she's trying to cut that steak and eat stuff. And I'm looking like, okay, but this is the same thing the majority of men on this end was arguing and spewing about. But the last thing I will say this, Lola, to M3's point, I think, and I'm a little bit with M3 in this one. I get that people is correcting or course correcting or showing examples of, this is what the bad men do. But I think also M3 saying, hey, at the same time, there needs to be praises for the good men, because even the old saying, because I've been saying this before I even came on YouTube, good guys finish last, and then women or somebody, no, and I'm like, yeah, because even in the space is what they say, either you're simp, you're blue pill, you're sucker, you this, and then the men that y'all correcting or checking with these points, they're still praising them. So it's like, okay, well, show some good men, for example.
So
and that was so. Wait, Robbie, let me say this real quick. And I'm about to hop about real quick. But see, that's the point I'm making. 3. Yeah, and that's the point I'm making. Thank you for for clarifying that, like Great Pill, because the thing is, being nice or being good doesn't really have much of a reward. And you know how I get down, right? So when it comes to those type of men that's talking about a bunch of foolishness, hey, I'll give you the solution. Deal with somebody, right, that's going to be good for you. The same way for the men. You complain about like this woman, like, got that wig on, or this person got this bad attitude, or she's a 304, or she's whatever, Medea type. Okay, well, there's plenty of good ass women. They're fine, and they're still loyal, and they could be kind. But you're not looking for that type of person. You're trying to conform a slut into a housewife, and that just doesn't. That shit don't equate. So I'm just giving you guys the reality. Like, okay, I get that there's a lot of bad apples out there, but give some examples for the good ones that's here. You know what I mean? The good ones that still standing around, so people could kind of understand that. Hey, okay, well, cool. You talking about like good folks? Okay, how can I be like this person? How can I be inspiring like this person? How can I be sweet, gentle like this woman? or how can I lead my woman like that guy?
Who's supposed to be guarding their image? Black women guarding black men's image, or black men guarding black men's image, and vice versa?
Everybody should be protecting each other. That
ain't how it works in the world.
Well, hold on. Let me say this. Salute to my homie Aunt T. Aunt T was good. Aunt T, man, you look like the rapper Big L, man, from Harlem, man. You in him favor, man, for real, bro. You know what I'm saying? Salute to Big L, man. But
you've been telling me that for about 25 years now. It's been a
while. But yeah, man. Let me say this, right? I was having a conversation with the great Bolo TV and the great Mr. Vouaghn Bryant, and I was telling him that I don't even want to talk about this bullshit anymore. Period. Point blank. And I'm going to be supportive of my team. So since the fact I'm supportive of my team and Lola and the rest of y'all, I said, you know what? Since I don't want to talk about this, I'm just going to troll like a motherfucker. So I've been trolling all day. I've been saying shit that's the craziest shit ever all day. Because I don't give a fuck about this. You know why I don't give a fuck about this? Because you're not going to change these bad people. You know why you're not going to change these bad people? Because you got to come up with legislation and laws in order for them to really feel penalties for their behavior. If you're not going to do that and they're able to roam free in society, there ain't shit you can do about it. So talking about them don't make no sense. Just like when men complain about women who have weaves and bad attitudes and all types of other shit, what's the point of talking about them? You ain't going to change her from getting a weave. She's going to go right to the weave man, pay her $300, whatever the fuck she pay, and get that weave. And she's going to get them lashes and them nails and all that other shit. She not in your lane, stay in your lane, nigga. Like, straight up. You know what I'm saying? So, if you don't like a certain person or you don't like what they're doing, then just be happy they're not in your lane. Or don't even be in theirs. So, I don't care about Austin Holloman. I don't care about Stone Cold Steve Austin. I don't care about Austin Reeves. Well, no, I do care about Austin Reeves and Stone Cold Steve Austin. But I don't care about Austin Holloman. I don't care about him, man. He can do whatever he wants. You know what I mean? He can do whatever he wants overseas, anywhere. I don't care. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? Let these dudes do what they do. Just be glad that he's not here and that you ain't got to deal with him. You know what I'm saying?
That right there is besides the point here, because it's not really about Austin. He's a case study. And honestly, what we heard on that tape is something that a lot of people go through when it comes to dating, when it comes to just period, how things are. And it's not just on, like Sarah said, it's not just on the women's part. Men feel it too. When a woman, before the first date, she asking him, can he pay for her nails? This is the culture that we dealing with right now. It's not just on the men. So I'm not saying that it doesn't happen, but what I am saying is I don't hear about the passport girls. I hear about the swirlers and shit, and I got smoke for them too. But tonight, and this is my last night talking about this, so that's why I'm talking about it, because everybody else didn't talk about it, so I'm going to talk about it. The reason why I'm talking about Austin is really because he's too young to come into these spaces. Every day he wake up in Thailand worried about who in America that's going to listen to him about how bad America is. Like, where does he get off at? And this is what I'm saying. Our culture is corroded because we sit back and we let the next generation dictate to us what we went through when they was in their daddy's sack. That's the problem.
You can't do shit about it. You can't do nothing about it. What law you gonna pass to stop him? Can you stop him? I don't listen. I only deal with shit that I can do something about. I only deal with stuff I can do something about. If I can't do nothing about it,
we're going about it right now.
There's nothing you can do. You gonna stop him? You gonna stop him from doing what he's doing and going overseas? You can't stop him. There's nothing you can do.
You don't know what you're doing. That's the
you can't do anything to stop him or anybody else. You missed the point. I don't listen. I don't know people that I can't stop or have influence over.
I can't allow you to troll but so much, because then you derail it on purpose, and one has to question what is your motivation. What I say is,
I can do whatever the fuck I want. That's my motivation.
You can do what you want, but the question becomes a question when it's like, well, why are we having a conversation together? Because I wanted to talk about this, because my motivation in this is not so much about him changing him. He's one man. The issue is that attitude that he's carrying is something we deal with every day over here as parents, as siblings, as children, as people looking to date. We're dealing with a toxicity that we can see on deck. And I only use him because people have been seeing him. He's a case study that represents a larger issue in this country that if we do not crack down on in terms of how we deal with it internally, whether it's how we deal with our children, how we deal with people like him that come into our spaces verbally, whatever the case may be, then nothing's going to change if we don't change the conversation. And the conversation conversation
What
has
can you do to stop him? That's my only question. How
We're
can you
not
stop
talking
these
about
people?
him. No, come on. I'm not going to keep saying this over and over
Not
again.
him. I'm talking about people who act like him, that attitude, all that. What we gonna do about to stop it?
I'm talking about him. I'm talking about
I'm
what
not
he
talking about him either.
represents. Okay,
I'm
so
talking about what he represents. How can we stop it?
Stop
If you want to
talking
keep moving the goalposts, how can we stop it? Because that's what you want to do.
Okay, stop talking for a second because
Stop
this
talking
is
when I
how
want
we
to stop
start.
talking. Go ahead.
I don't want to keep talking over you. That's why I let people talk and then I talk. I'm here to say that if we don't recognize first what this is, we can't solve shit. And the reason why I say we don't recognize it is because I watched him on somebody else's panel, and of course y'all don't want me to mention this, but y'all want to mention stuff to Saida about backstory shit. But I respect it, right? He's been in spaces on other networks where people were older men, older women, and people sat there and just was quiet while he sat there and spewed a bunch of bullshit that he didn't know nothing about. 2, he wasn't involved in. 3, the stuff he was involved in didn't apply to over 90% of the population, but he's there to get everyone angry, and he's a literal child, but we got adults that will sit back and let a child sit and dictate to them what is going on. I mean, this is the problem I have with us, my generation and above. That's the problem I have right now. So it's not technically about that individual over there in Thailand or wherever he at. It's about the problem we have that we sit and and it's not just online, in public. When you see children acting up in school, wherever the hell, a lot of people scared to say shit. So these kids think that they just as big as bad and grown as you. And it's like not too many people are gonna sit and say, you know what, we're not doing this. Okay, we're not doing this today. Because if most of us are sitting back allowing this shit to happen, like no wonder this dude exists. No wonder. And we have to talk about that. We do. We have to talk about it, and then we have to enforce it when we see it. Meaning this: the next time I see him on another panel, and there's an elder on there, and that person just sitting there and not giving no wisdom, I'm gonna pull up on their ass. Okay, for real. Because
If they let you.
If they let you.
If they let you.
If they let you on their ass.
If they let you, they probably will kick you off.
You're right. If they let me, I will pull up on them. But if I can't get up on the panel, it's gonna be sad. Because here's the problem: in real life, elders are meant for a reason. If you're an elder, you're supposed to educate the ones coming after you. If you don't do that, what is the purpose of you?
Hold up. If I can jump in.
Auntie, hold on a second. Hold on. And I'm gonna let you rock, and I ain't gonna say nothing else for like that long. Let me eat my hot wings. Now, with that being said, right? You know what I'm saying? Number one, you know, the reason I brought it with Said is because the actual conversation. You want to bring up something that hold on. That's the actual conversation that me and her has had, and me and them three has had. It ain't no backdoor shit. I said what I said, and it was what it was, and that's what it is. Hold on, let me finish. Also, you know what I'm saying? You want to bring up a topic of people that you don't even interact with and don't even know you. That's a whole other situation, which is fine, but we're not going to do that because we're not going to drag them brothers, because I actually work with them brothers behind the scenes on some business shit, and the business shit is still cool. That's that. If you want to expose Mr. Holloman or people who act like him with his behavior, that's perfectly fine. I don't care about none of that. That's perfectly fine. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, unless we are going to do something to really stop these people's behavior on a legal manner, unless we're gonna start putting booster asses on the street and start really saying, look, we're not tolerating this behavior from y'all no more, and y'all need to change it because y'all effing up the whole dating pool or the whole marriage pool or whatever. Unless we're gonna do that, then it's only gonna change. I just tell people to stay in their lane. And not only that, he's not a child. Stop calling this man a child. He's over 18. He ain't no child. This man was what, 22, 23, 24, 25? He's a grown-ass man.
Right.
At his level, now maybe he needs to be more mature. He's a grown-ass man. You know what I'm saying? Listen, I'm going to get to Auntie because I'm going to be respectful. Salute to Nell. I get to see you up here, bro. You know what I'm saying? Auntie, go ahead and rock out, bro. You know what I'm saying?
I was going to piggyback on what she said, but I had this conversation with a lot of dudes in the space. At some point, we got to transition into eldership. Like, that's it, man. We 35, 40, 45 years old, talking about 23-year-olds. Yeah, it's our job to educate them, but at some point, we got to understand it's our job to just let that shit fall on itself. A wise man learns from his own mistakes. A wiser man will learn from the mistakes of others. And let's just keep it real. Some people ain't going to learn from mistakes at all.
Right.
They're not going to learn, or they ain't going to learn until it's just too late. It is what it is. If they want to go over there, they want to make mistakes and everything else. Sometimes as elders, that's where we made the mistake. Even sitting here having conversations with 23-year-olds. Letting them tell, like for real, what the hell I need to say? You 22 years old, what the hell I need to talk to you about?
Basically.
That's it. You're absolutely right. You're not a child, but you are very much a boy. So what the hell? I got nothing to really say to you. You think you got it all figured out? Go ahead and live life. I'm sure by the time it's time for you to transition into eldership, you'll have learned your lessons by then. Yeah. But I know I done learned mine. So I really don't care what these dudes are doing. The same way I don't care what these chicks are doing either. Y'all gonna learn. Makes me no difference. I'm not gonna try to force no opinions on none of y'all. I got mine because I'm like, look, if you traveling all over here for just the sake of some damn women, that's why I wish Sierra was still up here, because I would have said it just like this. I was listening to her just a little bit, but I'm like, yo, women are women no matter where the hell you go. The same way, I'm pretty sure dudes are dudes wherever the hell you go. I'm saying we kind of attracted to the same types of things across borderlines.
You wanted to go, Phil?
Huh?
Oh no, I was agreeing with Auntie, because I remember when it used to be the other way around too, and I'm sure some do, but it used to be the younger generation would go to the elders for advice. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't all this back and forth. Yeah. Again, I'm gonna stand on my square with this, because I know people say, hey, it's because I get real triggered when it's an absolute talking, and I get it, especially with YouTube. And this is pretty much, I guess, where a little bit of 84 come from, because when you have those spaces out there and they're about the business, that's the first thing you got to understand. It's about the business, the subs, the views. So once you get past that, not saying not to disagree, and I think for Lola was making a point of on the morale part, like, hey, I'm gonna pull up. Now I'm gonna say this, Lola, the spaces you referring to, it's generally.
I haven't referred yet.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and just give my guesstimation. If I'm wrong, assume that I'd be an ass, and I apologize. But the spaces that you want to stick your little pinky toe in, you know what I'm saying? That is the manosphere space. So, and people might, I might trigger out a little bit by saying this, but you come over there to pull up on people, you got to come a certain way, because
you said manosphere?
Manosphere, red pill, passport bro space. You say if you hear something that's disingenuous relating to the passport bros, you're pulling up.
No, that's not what I was referring to.
Okay, now you're not talking about pulling up on YouTube.
No. What I was saying was that, and this just goes back to the grander point that I was making, is that we don't have a legal issue in America. We have a cultural issue. Therefore, legality will never solve the cultural issue within us. We have to solve that within each other on a daily basis. It's an everyday thing.
So where you going to pull up on who? Just anybody?
What I was talking about was when you see a panel full of elders, okay, or a panel with an elder, just one elder on it, right? And they're not holding their position as an elder, right? And they're basically acting like him on his level, just sitting there basically being a lump on a log, not playing their position, but yet they're expecting women to play their position. This is where I get angry as fuck.
Okay, right? So that's the point. Okay, so just to clarify, hold
on. You said manosphere and
I was just trying to clarify this. You said panels.
I've never seen no boy this young in no manosphere space.
Hold on, Lola, because I think we're going a little bit full.
I've never seen that personally, but I'm talking about just in general. So that's why I said I don't know why you think it's manosphere spaces I'm talking about. I'm talking about.
Lola, come on. Lola, you got grab that e-brake on the train just one hot minute. I'm just trying to clarify one thing before we move forward. Just let me clarify one thing before we move forward.
You said the question you're asking me. That's not what you can do. Not tonight, okay?
I know. I'm just trying to. How am I going to get an answer if I can't clarify? You keep saying I'm going to pull up on spaces. You keep saying I'm going to pull up on spaces. I'm trying to find out.
You misunderstood me. I did not misunderstand.
I know.
I did not misunderstand you. You misunderstood me. So you listen more than you talk to me. Okay? That's how this goes on this segment. At the end of the day, I didn't say.
Hold on. Let him finish and clarify.
I'm not finished answering his question.
Let him finish and clarify.
Let him clarify now that I'm answering.
Let him finish. He's trying to tell you what he's trying to say. He's not disrespectful. Let that man finish.
Okay, how are you telling me what I see as disrespect?
Let him finish, bro.
How are you telling me what I see as disrespect to me?
He's not disrespecting you.
How are you telling me what's disrespectful to me?
You, Lola.
I'm asking you, how are you telling me what is disrespectful to me? That's a different question.
He's not disrespecting you, Lola. You know he's not disrespecting you.
Okay, you don't understand common questions. Like, I'm not asking you to repeat that what he's doing. I'm asking you, how are you telling me about what I think is disrespect for me? That's the question to you.
Are you being disrespected right now? Do you feel disrespected?
Do I feel disrespected? No. That's not what it is.
Is he being disrespectful? That's what I'm asking you.
No, he's not listening to my response to his question. That's what he's doing. He's not being disrespectful. So I don't know where you get that from.
Okay, so let him clarify what he's saying. Just let the man clarify. He's not gonna come at you raw. You know, Great Pill ain't like that. Let him finish.
Okay, if you're gonna interrupt me, right? But everybody else gets the chance to speak, and I'm the host. Like, I don't understand that. Like, explain that math.
Just let that man finish, Lola. Let him finish.
I was talking though.
He's not coming at you no type of crazy.
I didn't say how he was coming at me. I just said I was talking.
Let the man finish his statement.
I didn't say how he was coming at me, Mr. Best. I didn't mention that. You did.
I get that, but just let the man finish his statement.
You get that? Great Pill, let me tell you something, right? I don't care what you hear over here, right? If you are telling me something and then you ask me a question, you want to know what I think. I don't want to know what you think. Now, if you ask me the wrong question, you need to make certain in the first part of your sentence, I asked the wrong question and I'm wrong. Let me restate myself. But do not ask me, well, are you pulling up in manosphere spaces? And then when I go to respond to you in the middle of me answering you, now you want to switch horses. That's not how it works, because that just takes me in a circle. I can't operate like that.
Yeah, but Lola, but part of a conversation is understanding. That's why I asked for clarification. When you corrected me, Lola, listen to what I get you. Listen to what I'm saying. When I understood when you corrected me, I said, okay, let me clarify. So I'm asking again, can I clarify since you corrected me? Is that a problem with that?
Clarify the question you asked.
Yes. Is that a problem?
No, I just want to make sure you understood my answer.
Again, for the second time, I understood it 5 minutes ago. That's why I said, let me clarify.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so the spaces you said, you mentioned panels. So the panels that you said you will pull up on people, are these selective panels like beef sectors, red pill? I'm asking in general, are these panels are you pulling up? What kind of panels are you pulling up? That you will be pulling up if you say you hear elders and they not say anything.
Are you finished?
I'm done.
Are you finished clarifying? Because I could have swore you already asked that question. But are you finished?
Yeah, I didn't get an answer.
I didn't tell you what panels I'm pulling up on, and I gave a specific criteria. I didn't tell you that.
You just said old men if they're not saying anything, and other people just let them talk.
I didn't say old men for a reason.
Excuse me?
I didn't say old men for a reason.
You didn't say old men?
No, I used another phrase.
All right, well, I'll concede. You didn't say old men. Okay.
Okay.
I apologize. You didn't say old men.
I told you any place I see elders and they're not holding their position, but they're telling others what their position is, but they're not holding theirs. Okay. I'm pulling up there. Now, I didn't say what label it would be on for a reason, because it doesn't fucking matter where I find that shit, because at the end of the day, our culture is fucked up no matter what sector of YouTube you see it in. That's why I didn't put no label on that. But if you need a label, there is none. And I'm talking about women elders, men elders, elders that don't claim a gender, any elders, okay? If they ain't holding their position, but they talking about women that need to be submissive and play their position, but they not holding their position as an elder, I'm pulling up because I'm fucking tired of it. Because at the end of the day, if you 55 and over, the reason why we here largely is because of you and your generation.
Okay, so
I'm pulling up.
Okay, so with that being said, be very careful of the spaces you claim that you don't care about and you don't care you're going to pull up on. Make sure you come with all the facts when you pull up. And
I didn't say I don't care about anybody. And please stop thinking like I know that's how you think I feel, but I didn't say that.
I didn't say Phil. I'm just going by what you said.
I didn't say I don't care about these spaces. Why would I say that? Like, what does that mean to the conversation?
Okay. I'm going ahead, just apologize. Maybe I'm mishearing or something. So I'm going to go ahead and fall back on the ignorant mode. Maybe it's me. I apologize. So I'll let everybody else have a turn to voice their opinions and give perspectives.
I care about my culture. I care about my people. That's what
I didn't say you did. I didn't say you didn't.
And you said, I said, I care about my people and I care about my culture. So it doesn't matter where my people are or what they claim themselves to be. At the end of the day, I'm okay with wherever they at, whether they're here or overseas, whether they on YouTube or not, whatever the case may be, I care. So my point here, contrary to popular belief, is that no, we do not have a legal issue. Like, no, the government don't need to force us to do anything. We have a governance of ourselves issue. That's what we have. Okay? And that's it. And the only way that that is regulated is by the generation above regulating the generation beneath. That's the way it's been for millions of years, and that's the way it's going to be for the next million years. Okay? Nothing is going to change that in nature. So if we drop the ball like the last generation did, like the generation that came out the lovely 50s that people like to always refer back to, those lovely people, okay, we will never see the end of this shit, and we're doing our children a disservice. We are. Okay? That's what we're doing. We perpetuating the same shit that we're complaining about. If we don't hold ourselves accountable, and if we don't hold our children accountable, and if we don't, at this point, hold our elders accountable, because clearly they're not holding us accountable. They dropped the ball. Seriously, they threw that bitch off court, and somebody had to go and say, damn, it's over there, but we can't reach it. That's where we at. The ball ain't even on the court right now. It's off court, and they threw that shit there. For real. And don't think I'm scared of anything out here. And not that you said this, but don't ever think that I'm scared to pull up on people and call them out on their shit. I'm very secure in what I'm saying to people and why.
All I'm saying is be careful when you on these
Think
panels.
I need to be careful when I'm standing on the truth. I don't need to be careful out here. I'm not telling anybody nothing that they don't want and need to hear. And two, they probably already know, but because nobody's willing to stand up and say shit, that they're just going to run them up like youngins do.
So here's the thing, and I've been pretty quiet for a while now because people been long stroking it and setting fires. At the end of the day, everybody should go wherever it is that they want to go. But if we want the younger generation to hear, they view themselves as adults. Now, is that because, youth makes you feel invincible? Probably so, but we've all been there. And what we do know from the elders that went before us is that, how to operate in tact and grace to express these sentiments. The reality is what we got going on is there's a bunch of old women and men that want to relive their youth. And they cannot because their time is gone. You have people that were completely unable to travel at any point in their life or not until they became extremely old, so they want the benefits of youth, and they are encouraging maladaptive behaviors. But what never gets accomplished in these conversations is any type of resolution, because everybody wants to tell everybody else how to feel or why. You can't tell somebody else what their perspective is. You can't tell somebody else if they're disrespected or if they're not disrespected. The only thing that you can reasonably do is listen and then proffer up a resolution. This young man, whatever he had going on, anybody trying to cape for him, I don't really care what type of business you got going on. If anyone calls up anyone and tells them they're not worth anything, if they're not willing to give them sex, that's problematic behavior. And it ultimately contributes to baby mama culture, which inherently y'all are always trying to put on women. And I've been saying this, I'm going to keep saying this, everybody should keep their genitalia to themselves. But if you encourage a culture where men are allowed to openly disrespect women and devalue them down to what's between their legs, then don't sit there and make the products of that action become the problem solely for the women. This is a community issue. If you as a man feel the need to tell someone, oh, well, you have a weave and you wear lashes and that doesn't look natural, you need to ask yourself, if this is not someone you're attracted to, what in you makes you even feel the need to tell them that they are not attractive to you? Could it be because you want to be chosen? If you as a woman don't like a certain type of dude, what is the need for you to tell that dude that you don't like him? Is it inherently within you that you really want him to choose you? This is what we see on social media every day. A bunch of people yelling and making a whole bunch of noise because they need to let the people that they really want know that they are upset that they are not getting chosen. And stop telling people like how to feel. Like, stop. People can feel however they want to feel. Stop trying to lead people into conversations or bait things based on your own perspective. If someone answers a question, take the answer that they've given you for what it is. Don't try to add 20 on 10. Stop trying to use confirmation bias as a cornerstone for every single conversation you have. I mean, this is why we wind up getting into shouting matches and forever long streams, and then everybody's upset and pulling their hair out because everybody's super damn frustrated. Like, my God, we are all too old to be in the middle of a shouting match when we're trying to discuss a situation. Now, as for the passport, brothers, it is what it is. You done heard from a damn tourist guide in another country. That's what some of these men go over there do. They plot and they are predators. They're trying to set up situations where they put a woman in a messed up position to get some vagina. Anybody trying to act like that don't happen, you're lying to yourself, homie. Like, knock it off. For real, let's be honest here. Because y'all will quickly say that women are going on trips overseas just to get penis from dudes because you're projecting what you have in your mind. Because that's what you would do. Like, at the end of the day, me personally, I don't give a shit. Go have sex in another country, you know, hope you make it home safe. Hope your penis doesn't fall off. I done told y'all, betadine, wash it. What Saida said was right. If you going overseas and a chick is busting it wide open and slapping on your knob for 5 days and you think she's not doing that to the next dude that pulls up in the port, baby, you got the whole game. Whoo, the finesse is real. The finesse is real. Just like with women too. Women, if you dropping it off like it's hot in the dude's lap and you think he don't got the next chick pulling up in right when you pull out the door, sis. Stop being finesse, man. Y'all give too much power to your genitalia. It ain't that deep. But when you got it like that, you got that high fire, you know what I'm saying? You ain't more so tripping. Y'all better do better. I'm gonna be quiet. I'm on mute.
All right. I'm back. Brother Nell definitely shared raw B. I agree with, you know, a lot of your points, especially with people staying in their lane, which is the first thing I said. Brother Nell, go on and share, bro. Salute to you.
Man, it's been a whole, I don't really talk like that, so y'all gotta excuse me. It's been a whole lot of cap on this thing, man. It's been crazy. For one, I call it the Pookie and Ray Ray syndrome. A lot of these women got a problem with messing with these little boys, and you're trying to train these dudes to be men, and it don't work. So then you get on these platforms, you get on the internet, start yelling and talking crazy, knowing you're not really like that in real life. It's just very interesting to me how we see women on TV, on the internet. I don't know the lady's name, but she's dating Diddy right now. Well, she's in a situationship with P. Diddy. And she came out and said, well, I like to get peed on and all this different type of shit that's going on, right? Like, somebody got to answer for that. Like, obviously, women are out here saying, hey, you know, I'll mess with this man, and this man, but these men are not high valuable men, and y'all know they're not high value. That you know they're not going to give you nothing, but you're still sleeping with them. You're still hanging out with them. You're still talking to them. See, I'm the type of guy that I come across as ain't nobody going to play no games with me, period. I might not be the strongest, tallest, but it's certain type of games I don't play, right? So a woman not going to come at me no kind of way, not going to disrespect me in no kind of way, not because I'm a man, because I stand for something. Right, so I was never the type of guy that be like, "Hey, what's up with this chick? Let me mess with her, smash her, whatever." Like, I was just more about money, and I'm still about that. I'm still about money, growing my family. I'm trying to retire my mother in her 60s, so I'm trying to get to that point to retire her off, and I'm very close to doing that. So, but we get on these apps, man, and we be making it about man versus women, man versus women, man versus women. Like, y'all don't understand that it's just like, hey, look, the good people over here, the assholes, piece of shit people over there. And you got to choose what side you want to be on. If you want to be the loud talking, obnoxious, fucking ghetto hood ratchet, then you could be over there. I'm talking about men and women.
I know a lot of shitty men. I know a lot of shitty women. And I'm gonna keep it all the way real. Like this man Mario, I grew up with him, and we had a bunch of women that lived in our neighborhood that were just no tolerant type of women. Women that were leaders, women that taught me the game, taught me about investing, stocks, and hard work and labor, and just make sure I take care of my business, go to school, graduate from college, which I did, graduate from college, and just do all the things as a man that I needed to do. And then you had a couple of women that wasn't really like that. That was kind of, okay, let me see if I can get this man. Let me trick this man out of something. Let me do this to this man. See, I live in the real world. I've seen women get their boyfriends and husbands killed. And that's a fact. So we're not going to sit on here and think like, oh, all the men going after the women and attacking the women and all that bullshit. And that's just bullshit. Come on, man. This is the real world. People are out for self. Men are out for self. Some men are out for sex. But guess what? If you allow that man in your space, that's on you. Because you let that man play with you like that. You let that man put that bullshit in your ear and you listening to it. And some of y'all do it because it's 60% of women that mess with men that already have children. So if he's not taking care of his kid, what the fuck you think he gonna take care of yours? It's not gonna happen. So all we doing is blowing up smoke up that ass. We gotta have better conversations, and the real adults have to be real adults. I'm tired of old niggas being on the internet talking crazy loud, and all the young dudes is this and that and the third. They're doing what their daddies did. They doing what their mamas did. They doing what everybody else did. These mamas, some of these women out here are real gang members, Bloods, Crips, all that. All that has happened. You know what I mean? Women throwing babies out the window, living their babies on the sidewalk on the curb. Come on now, killing their kids. This shit is happening. So really, it's not just a government thing. It's not just a woman versus man thing. It's a self-hatred thing. Some of these niggas got so much hate in their heart that they don't see what the shit that they really need to work on. And that's what I got to say about that. So if people don't agree, cool. I don't give a shit. But that's what I got to say. Thank you.
Yeah. Let me jump in real quick. As far as Nell is concerned, a bunch of people ain't gonna agree with what you just said because that's gonna end too many damn arguments and debates and too many conversations. These people only got one thing to talk about. You just made too much sense. People ain't gonna let nothing so small as sense fuck up a perfectly good argument. It's been going on too long. They're having too much. Like they don't know how to talk about nothing else. As far as elders are concerned, look, since when are elders supposed to be the ones in charge calling the shots? The elder's supposed to be the advisor. Embrace your advisor role. That's it. But other than that, just like Raw B said earlier, like for the most part, you an old dude, whatever, your time has passed. Your time has passed. Either you're traveling, you know what I'm saying, you lived, you learned, whatever. If these people want to take and receive your advice, they can. As far as a 23-year-old that wants to go to Brazil, whatever, and think he got the whole damn world figured out, go ahead and fall on your face or conquer the world for all I give a shit. Makes me no damn difference. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure you learned, because if I could go back to age 23 and know then what I know now, I'm pretty sure, bro, I'd be in a totally different spot. So if you go ahead and think you got it all figured out, that's fine. You got the blind leading the blind. That's the way I see it. I think the mistake is just like Nell said, first, like, the hell I need to be up here on the internet trying to convince 23-year-olds what the hell to do for. You know what I'm saying? If you want my advice, you'll come and seek it out. It's obvious I done already been where the hell you are, and I kind of know where you want to go. But if you don't want to listen to me, you think you got it all figured out, I'll be damned if you tell me what it is because you don't know nothing.
But you got to remember that the reason why we're here is not to talk about the fact that men are going to Brazil or young boys want to go out and have sex with young girls. That's not what we're talking about here. That's normal behavior. Okay, that's not what we're talking about. What we're really talking about here is the image of Black women is being decimated at the expense of people like this simply because they're not whores enough. Okay, what we're talking about is the image of Black men is being decimated to the point they're showing up missing, dead with their wigs pushed back, and nobody cares because everybody assumes they're a part of a gang called the Ass Put Bros.
Yeah, I've called them out about that. I'm like, what do y'all? Hey, at some point, and I tried to say, I said this to the passport dude that was up here last night. I said it with every passport bro that's come up and debate me. They talk about it's all about business, it's about networking, it's about traveling, learning. Somebody got an echo, man.
Yeah, Nell, mute your mic or mute your YouTube.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
I got you. I got him.
Yeah, it's all good. And I'm like, that's what y'all telling me you doing. I'm like, that's cool. Those are the right reasons to travel, and that's cool. We don't want to be as black men. We don't want to be the face of sex trafficking, sex tourism, and all of that. So what are y'all doing to separate yourselves? And then the first thing they say, well, I don't really care what they do. I'm like, all right, they done jacked your hashtag. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you just got to understand what the hell is going on. So, I mean, I understand where Lola's coming from. Look, we don't need our images decimated, and also you ain't gotta bash black women, you know what I'm saying, just to go overseas and get you know what I'm saying, some other chick from some other ethnicity. Just like, you know what I'm saying, women don't have to bash black men to go get them a white dude, go on their girls trips overseas, go do whatever. Oh, I'm going there because the black men over here ain't shit. Like, bro, you going over there because that's where you want to be. That ain't got nothing to do with me. So if that's where you want to be, go over there. You know, what is this really about? And that's what I'm saying. I'm not really worried about anybody that's sitting on the internet all day talking, because you ain't doing nothing but sitting on the internet all day talking. That's what I'm saying, man. If you over there loving on your foreign fiance, dog, you wouldn't be on the internet talking to me.
Facts. You know what I mean?
Listen, y'all know there's
Hold on, Robbie. Hold on. That's why I was saying, like, you know, people just need to stay in their lane. Similar to what Robbie was saying too as well. People just need to stay in their lane, man. I think. And the thing is, there's always going to be people who are coons. There's always going to be people that's negative. There's going to be people that's evil. You know what I mean? That's just how it is. It's always going to be that way. Even when we didn't really have that much freedom and we were segregated, even when we was in slavery, there's always going to be people who dissect and do the other bullshit. It's always going to be that. Always going to be that. You think everybody like Dr. King? You think everybody like Malcolm X or Medgar Evers or anybody else? No, they didn't like all of them. Not everybody like all the leaders at all times. Some people didn't even support them, even though they knew the shit that we was going through. It was what it was. You know what I'm saying? It's the same thing here. There's going to be people who are going to put negative shit out there about who we are as a people. That's always going to be. It's always going to be. That's why you try to really highlight the ones who are doing shit that's positive. The one who's trying to push the needle forward. That's why every day for Black History Month, I am talking about somebody in Black culture who I admire, who I believe is a great person. You know what I mean? On one instance or another. Some of these people may be controversial. Some may have done some bullshit. You know what I mean? Because everybody do. But for the most part, these are people that people look up to and they admire. And that's what we need to be highlighting for real. But everybody can do what they want. It's all good. I'm gonna just have my own path. I choose my own path. I do my own thing. I blaze my own trail.
True.
So y'all know there's like a YouTuber though, like a male YouTuber that's low key on the missing persons list, traveling over to the UK on some passport bro stuff. Like, it's a whole interesting conundrum, honey. And the people are trying to figure it out. So while people are like, you know, I don't know, having these conversations like everything is sweet, travel is not always so great for men, especially if they're going overseas to meet women. What you think? A shorty will set you up in a neighborhood, so you go into her neighborhood and you get robbed or somebody beat you over the head, and that's not going to happen to you overseas?
Now, see,
are y'all okay?
I agree.
Well, I think the example you're using is a bad one, though. When we talk, I know you're talking about that. That's different. You know what I'm saying? That's a grown man that met somebody. They knew each other.
I didn't even put a name on it.
Yeah.
I didn't even.
I'm not putting it. We know who you're talking about, though. I know you're talking.
But
about.
the point that I'm making is about the potential for violence. That's the point. Like I said, that whole situation is a convoluted story. But the fact remains is you can be set up going anywhere, and especially overseas. And when you're overseas getting set up, guess what? You don't got no backup. You don't got no homies. Who you gonna call? Ghostbusters? You barely lucky if you make it to the embassy. You don't know where the embassy is because a lot of these passport bros don't even know the language where they're going to. What are you gonna do? Use your phone, Google Translator? That may not work how you want it to work in a pinch. Like, these are the things that needs to be mitigating factors. But are we really having these conversations talking about the totality of traveling to other countries? Are we just talking about, oh, we could go get businesses? Oh, we could go get a beautiful chick. Oh, we could go, like, come on now, like, stop it. With everything that's good, there's equal bad. Everywhere you go and everything you do, it's a disingenuous conversation. Well, whatever, though. I mean, what do I know? I'm a woman. I can't teach y'all nothing. I'm going to be quiet.
No, you're 100% right. And not just that one person, there's multiple examples. People, again, we talk about YouTubers, right? There's positive people that talk about positive things that, like a better word, Echo in 84, they went their own way. But guess what they do? They'll talk about the things that need to be conversated about. You know what I'm saying? If it's a passport, bro, and I get it. We can use Austin as an example. But the flip side, though, we can use an example another way. Like, okay, well, let's touch bases on Austin a little bit, but guess what? Here's 10 other people on the Passport Bros that's effing up, that's making these horrible mistakes, the stuff that Robbie's saying. And then hey, guess what? Here's the better examples of bigger content creators that's always talking about relationships, financial gains. That's over there overseas. You know what I'm saying? It was one that I'm thinking of. He just said he just did YouTube with him and his wife just to show value. And then his mindset was, oh, if I get 100K, he was just going to end the YouTube channel. But the journey of the whole year was so great. Him and his wife, the lifestyle they was living, the long distances. I think Auntie was touching base on that. Like, hey, if I'm doing what I need to be doing for us as a unit, and she's doing what she needs to be doing over there, it's not going to kill us to be apart because we're going to come together. And guess what they did? They came together. So I'm hearing everything everybody's saying. I'm like, yo, it's spaces out there for this conversation they're saying. But people is too lazy to go look for that. People want to be stuck on one little thing and then scream and yell like, well, that person. No, it's so many options out there to show an example. Like, look, this person did it. That woman did it. This husband and wife did it. They got it. But also you can show the opposite too. Like, hey, well, Austin effed up. Guess what? Here's another example of a Passport Bro number 15, number 20, number 21. He effing up too. So, yeah.
Well, Great Pill, I don't know if you heard what I said in the beginning that, you know, I don't have no raw numbers on who's going overseas or who's not going overseas in terms of percentage. Like, I don't have no numbers on that. And I don't even know how one would get like actual numbers on that, right? I just don't know. But my thing is, if these people are saying on these platforms, and it may be true, it may not be true, but if they are saying on these passports, or let's say conversations where they're talking about this, men are leaving. Black men are leaving the black community, right? And it's like this, it's like, hear ye, black men are leaving, black men are leaving, black men are leaving. And it's giving the illusion like, okay, this is a bigger movement than what it is. And people are like, wait a minute, what's happening? I never heard of this. What's going on? Obviously, this small group of people that are causing the problem, right? We need to medicate that. We don't need to address the parts of our system that's working, right? We need to address the parts of our system that's not working. Like, I don't medicate myself for shit that ain't wrong with me. I take medicine for the very thing that is wrong. So these percentage of passport bros that are out there creating a problem for black men in foreign countries, black women here, Americans all over the universe. I mean, let's deal with the problem, right? Because their space is to just talk about the problem and uplift the solution, right? And then you have the spaces that completely, like you said, address the issue of showcasing what's good, right? However, wherever they at, they showcasing what's good. I think to a large degree, we can blame social media for not pushing that kind of material. Even on knowledge and relationships, our material don't get pushed like that. It don't, because we're not actually, as much as people say we on some riff-raff shit up here, it ain't hard enough according to YouTube algorithms. They're not treating us the same way they're treating some other content creators that might go a bit harder on the ratchetness, right? So you see what I'm saying? That's an algorithm thing because they know what people tune into. So like you said, let's suppose an African-American couple, married couple, go overseas and build a business and do the whole thing, right? They start a YouTube channel to talk about, you don't have to go to, another country to find a wife. You can bring the wife you have there and start something, right? Their channel is not going to be pushed in the same way that like swellers are pushed. It's not going to be pushed the same way. It's just not. And that's unfortunate, but that's not their fault. It's not the people's fault who don't know this content exists because they just don't see it. And I don't even know what I would type in to get to that specifically, right? But we can, there's enough blame to go around in terms of why this content is not more broadly known. And I think someone said in the chat, like, well, more people need to do better content, right? I don't know if more people need to do better content. All I know is the content that is better is not being pushed by the algorithm. One, I know that for a fact. Okay, if I don't know nothing else, I know that for a fact. But if we do need more better content, right? There's lanes for that for people. Like, for instance, I can't do content on how great it is in a marriage. I'm single, okay? I can't do that. You know what I mean? Like, that's not my lane. Now, somebody else, that might be their lane. If somebody else want to talk about, okay, how to start a business in a foreign country as an American, right? That's their lane, right? That's positive, you know? But when we look at, for instance, what I'm addressing today, and like I said, this is my last time addressing this. Men that are not, well, let's say men and boys, young men, whatever, going overseas, and the impact that what they're doing is having in the world, the residual effects, it's impacting foreigners, it's impacting Americans. It's to the point CNN then got in on the game. I mean, this is not a small thing for us to say, for instance, well, let the kids learn. It's like that's not necessarily what our job is to do as, let's say, the middle generation. Like Aunt T said, the elders are there to advise, right? And that's what they should be doing. And that's why I said, listen, if y'all not advising and you just sitting up here kikiing like you one of the guys, listen, okay? My generation, yeah, it's up for us to say, hold on, dude, hold on, okay? It's up for us to say, no, call that dude out right there. Don't let him get away with that. No, what we're not going to do is do this, that, and the third. That's what we can do physically, right? Because we are that generation. The elders are advising. We're regulating the younger generation. That's how it's supposed to be. But if all I'm going to do on this broadcast tonight is talk about how he's ass poor, bro, then I haven't done. I don't mean anybody any justice. It's not about him being ass poor, bro. It's about the fact that this dude is too young to have this opinion of quote unquote women because he hasn't dealt with any women in his life. And you, as a grown man, Great Pill, will tell him at 22, 23, dude, you can't really talk about women. Like, you're just not old enough to have the clout to say this is how women are. Now, maybe you can do that, right, at your age, because you got that experience. But nobody 23 years old can come and school you. So my thing is, who is he schooling? We have to create a culture of just say no. We have to create a culture of, dude, no, we got limits here, okay? Like, we already ain't shit in the eyes of everybody around the world. We got to establish some limits in our own house before we start talking about everybody else. Like, where's the limit set in our house right now? In our house, we got these young dudes that are mad that the teenage girls that are around their age ain't acting like they 35 and on it. Like, they mad like that. This is the math in their head. They don't need to be physically sat down. Like, nobody needs to put their hands on that. But what they do need is to make sure that when they come into these YouTube spaces or in these spaces, period, okay, and they come around people our age, that we're not just sitting back and just letting them talk. And we might hear them out just on some respect stuff, but we coming back with, first off, respect who's in the room. That's our culture. Respect who's in the room first. Fuck what you saying for a minute. Respect who's in the room. If grandma in the room, don't come in here acting like grandma not in the room, okay? Watch your language, watch what you say, and watch your tone. If grandma not in the room, you can say certain things, but still there's a certain level of respect that you have to maintain. And if you don't know where to line that, I'm here to teach you. We have to do that, okay? Like I said earlier, he can't be in a space full of men 10 and 20 and 30 years his senior, and they're sitting back listening to him like, let me get some game. Like, no. I can't tell men who to listen to as far as men or men issues, but no, we backwards. And this is an in-house issue we have. We backwards. And I do agree with Auntie that at some point, right, we do have to say, you know what? Go overseas.
Yeah, but that
off, cool. But we did our job, period. Like, we did our job and we're good because we did our job and we know we did our job. But I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm seeing where we dropping the ball again. Okay. Again.
Yeah, but when it comes to that, like, I'm trying to touch on a few things you said. When it comes to the point which you mentioned about what Auntie's point, right? It comes to self-awareness.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm aware Auntie's full of shit, guess what I'm gonna do? I'm not messing with Auntie no more. I'm still gonna continue to go my way. You come across certain things, so we'll keep it on the YouTube and the ass perp bros as you say. So if I come across content and I know this is not it, then I'm gonna keep it moving. I'm gonna turn the page and keep going from there. Now, if as content creators like yourself, and shout out to M3 and SoapBox, when y'all do content, you say, hey, you know what? I feel like this is something I need to address. Robbie do it all the time. Sometimes she might be for the shits. Another time she'll go a whole page of very informative context conversation. And that's, for me, right. That's what I gravitate toward. You know what I'm saying? So you do have that balance. And this is why I want to, because I don't want to discourage people like, well, it's not the good, it's not the bad. No, it's out there. As long as you aware of it, and then you plant that seed, like your content right now. Hey, you had Miss Aida on, gave her the grace, let her speak her piece and clear some things up. And guess what? She went on trucking. Now, if somebody want to come on through and see this was 50 viewers, 100 viewers, 5 million viewers, great. Sure. But if it's just 2 people, knowledge and relationship as a whole, you did your job. You know what I'm saying? Right. You can't save everybody. Right. You can't people please everybody. Same thing you mentioned, just so at a church. Guess what? Anybody have their own favorite church when they growing up? Yes. Right? And guess what happened? You look back, the church torn down, but then you look back on that time when you was going to that church, everybody wasn't going to that church. I had 3 churches I paid tithes to, and one was my family church. Another one was a church, a girl I dated, and they swore up and down because I'm dating that girl. I'm a pay homage to that church. I'm a get baptized. No, that's not how it works. But guess what? You have small communities in church. Those the one they try, they work, they try. That's how it goes. When I go tomorrow, knock on wood, I hope it be no time soon. But if I leave this guy fair earth tomorrow, it's gonna be another version of me or another same mindset of me gonna have the same conversation with somebody else. It's like that up and down, good and evil. 84 said it best. If it's not for you, move on. Why do you care? If smart people or people with sense cannot tell YouTube is a business or not a business, and you have them rah hating people on those platforms, they are the issue. If your content is about the buffoonery, and then you have people on the platform about the buffoonery, like the old man does not saying nothing, they are the problem too. As long as you recognize it, and if you want to put a light on it, some kind of light on it, like most people do reactions, right? Hey, I don't feel this, and guess what? People rock with knowledge and relationship. They're like, you know what? I rock with Lola. I rock with M3. I rock with 84. I see what they're saying. You know what? There's a perspective I can rock with because now they give me something I can see. Guess what? I knew Robbie for a hot minute. I've been dying just trying to disagree with this daggone girl. I can't because she makes some valid points to some things. You know what I'm saying? Probably the only thing I could disagree with but that's just me being personally pet peeve. Robbie, you do this. Or Robbie, you do that. But guess what? That's her personality. But when I ask for a general conversation, either about business or about some kind of life experiences, or you know what, maybe I'm just a guy and I'm stuck in a corner somewhere. So maybe I just need, maybe I need a woman's perspective, son. Let me go to Robbie for a sec because she might give it to me the raw. And then when I get it, whether she hurts my feelings or not, guess what? I asked for it. So that's how people need to move. Unfortunately, not gonna get everybody.
And I completely agree with you, right? But I'm gonna be honest with you, for the vast majority of the population, right? Most of the population is heavily able to be influenced because there's only a small minority of the population that are naturally supposed to be the leaders. Like, it's like if quality is supposed to be in mass, then it wouldn't be quality, right? So there's a population of us that will always be the first steppers, as they say, right, leading the pack. But then most people are the pack, like they're not the one at the front; they're the pack, right? So I remember when this whole delete black babies, thing was coming out, right? Male babies, right? That was going around the internet, and I noticed that it was irritating people. Like, people were having like an emotional response because 1, we talking about children. 2, we talking about black people. 3, we talking about a highly controversial issue like deletion, as far as like your body, your choice, whatever. That. Okay, these 3 things all together was creating an emotional response from everybody until it died down. But in reality, right, this conversation sparked from something. It sparked from people saying, you know what? if you're gonna keep blaming me for what we both contributed to, and I'm gonna take the blame, and I'm gonna be the one shamed, then I'll make sure that I delete you from this entire generation. That's my goal now, is to make sure, I'm not having no more babies, and we're gonna see who's gonna have the bigger problem when there's no more children being born. Next thing I know, I hear a bunch of men claiming that men can't find any women, and I'm 55 years old, I don't have any children, and this is a vast majority of black men that can't find women to have children, and women don't want to be mothers anymore. And that, you see where it's going, like we just going like this, and it's like, at the end of the day, the real reason why this is happening is because we're not regulating us internally. That's why we're not.
Yeah.
Because the person who started that movement did it ignorantly, and I'm not going to say the person's name, but they did it ignorantly. And instead of saying to delete black male boys, what they should have said is, don't have no babies by no men you don't respect. And if you don't respect black men, keep your legs shut to them. And here's how we get away from even putting our bodies through this. Here's how we get away with all of this. Like, that was the more responsible thing to do. But when you say that, what you're essentially telling people is, be morally correct with your sexuality. And that's something that is a whole nother horse of another color here.
I agree. I just say expose them. If we're gonna just in general, and I'm gonna speak for myself, if I see something that's a lot of gray in the middle, and I'm not gonna speak on the black and white, I'll say, hey, this is not 100% true. Let me show this. Let me show examples of it, and then I'll just keep it moving. Like, most people just, I don't know, it's crazy to me. Most people just live on these certain spaces and have that conversation, I'm gonna say, with themselves. It's a lot of issues, what they have with themselves. You literally live you live on a lot of platforms. So I don't know. But I will do this though, because I'm a little bit petty. So, but I will challenge you on this one, just for myself. Because you made a comment saying about and you correct me if I'm wrong. Seem like with you, I'm usually hard. It's okay.
Hold on, Great Pill. Before you get to your question, because I know, her response might be pretty long because Lola likes to really express herself, which we love. You know what I'm saying? Let me give a special shout out to Mr. Bryant. Mr. Bryant is the best moderator in the world. Salute to him. Salute to him. Good to see you, Mr. Bryant. Go ahead, Great Pill. I'm sorry, bro.
Oh yeah, it's not good. It's just a comment. I will challenge myself to something you said earlier about I'll just find more positive content creators, not just the ones I see, that's in reflection to these other guys, and I'll just leave it like that. Because I know they're out there. I know they're out there.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I think the reason why I see some of it is because on my other channel, on Miss Oshun Possible, the content there, I think, drives like the YouTube algorithm, right? So when I go from one, I see similar content to what I already have online, at least on that channel. So versus when I flip it to my regular email that, I do this from, it is vastly different. And, it's a shame that it operates this way, right? But again, like you said it earlier, this is a machine and it's about business. And what we're trying to do is use it to our advantage. However, sometimes we're not really beating the technology. We're kind of getting thrown around by the technology. And this is the thing.
Yeah, it's back. It comes. Yeah, it comes back to you. It's come back your intent. So again, if y'all message is what I heard M3, I heard 84 say what knowledge and relationship message is about, it comes back in your intent, right? So I had this. I'm pretty much on the same page with 84 because for the whole first year I heard, if you get the women on, they got to be hot women, they got to be this, or I heard it all. You got to have them. They got to be half butt naked. They got to be this to get the numbers up. To get this, and I'm like, nah, I can't do it. It's about the message, about the tent. But as far as a little bit algorithm, I did the content on that too, just to have, again, people that decide if they want to go over there, just to give a better understanding of the algorithm. But I'm not going to knock you about the drama. Sometimes the sex, the drama, the robber, I do get the numbers up there, do spike. But I will challenge that. I know other spaces out there that's got a lot of positive channels, and their numbers is just as big as the protagonist. So, and I'll leave it like that.
Well, do you think it's because maybe they've been out there longer? Maybe that's why.
That could be another one because YouTube changed over time. YouTube changed over time. Even on my gaming channel, I had like 10 years. Trust me, if I act this stupid on there, and all I do is just talk trash, the same way me and M3 go back and forth friendly, it's the same way over there. It's just weird to me coming over here on the live platform, and I'm seeing real people in real time do the stuff they do. It reminds me of if they was actually on a game behind an avatar, because there's grown men that will dress up like female avatars, and most will actually troll them, try to trigger them, so they get rise of that. So all this remind me of just gamer stuff, but it just kind of abnormal to see real human beings that's very disturbing to do and say the stuff they do. Yeah, I just like, you know what, either let me take a drink and go to sleep, or just let me not even bother. And like Ant said, if you really about what you say you are, unplug and go to bed.
hey, not even go to bed. Go out, get a life, go do something. Look, and this is I think I mentioned this to Raw B earlier, where it's just like, look, I know it's triggering when somebody calls it baby mama culture and all of that. Like me, I got enough discernment to know what that means. They mean the culture as a whole, but for most people, they're just going to get triggered because when you say baby mama culture, naturally the target's going to be single mothers. But anybody with common sense knows that for every baby mama, unquote, there's either one or multiple baby daddies. That is what it is. So therefore, just by definition, baby mama culture is baby daddy culture. So that makes it baby daddy and baby mama culture. So what you're seeing right here is a bunch of motherfuckers with either a baby mama as the mama and or a baby daddy that ain't really their damn daddy. So because of that, they on the internet looking for a damn daddy. But they're lacking guidance and they don't know how to use discernment because they were never taught this in their home. For whatever reason, they either had a shitty example for leadership guidance as a father and his parents or whatever. They weren't taught to speak for themselves. That's why they over here being, you know what I'm saying, letting talking points on YouTube dictate the way they live. Like that is pathetic.
That happens a lot, but the issue I had, for instance, what just recently happened over the last week on Fox News with the dude talking about the reason why that man and Raw B did an excellent covering of the guy that got that was beaten to death by those 4 or 5 black police officers, right? That Fox News anchor, the black guy, that decided to say the reason why this man lost his life is because we have a culture of women that are raising children by themselves. This is the problem, right? Now notice the issue was not, the problem is there's no men in the homes of these children who are coming up in these streets. Notice the language difference that I just said. Like one talks about females, but we understand males are there, right? The other one talks about men, although we understand that women are there. But if you keep using the phrase single mother culture, right, people are always going to point to the women and say they are the problem, they choose. Meanwhile, it's like nobody will get a penis if a penis doesn't choose to go in. Like women can't force penis in. Like we're on the receiving end. So it's like, I mean, let's look at this for what it is. That man who made that statement on Fox News, right, first of all, he decimated our image in the world for saying that on a national platform when it had nothing to do with police brutality. It really did not. Okay? It really didn't. Like, don't get me wrong, we can talk about it, but that had nothing to do with nothing. And it really was an embarrassment to our culture and our people for him to do that. Now, he went on his show and tried to, quote unquote, clarify and say, well, you know, the fact that these women are raising children by themselves, this is what's contributing. But it's like, again, we're still using the word women and talking about a problem. And in people's minds, and I know what you're going to say, people should have common sense. Most people don't have common sense. The women are the problem because we're talking about single mothers, but in reality, like you said, for every single mother, there's a man that made her a single mother. But if we turn the language,
or multiple men.
And multiple men. But the question is, he didn't say the problem is our men in the community are staining it with their penises and not staying and marrying the women that they're making parents. The men in our community are not raising their children and or anybody else's children, but they're still in the community being nothingness types of men. And the only good men are overseas in Thailand, whatever. Like, you understand? Like, he didn't say that. He just want to talk about the women. That's all he want to talk about. And it's like, at some point, even women are human. And they say, you know what? No, nothing's going to change because you're not speaking to me from a position of truth. You're speaking to me from your personal position, which was he was raised by a single mother that he hated for whatever reason. And now he wants to be triggering on Fox News of all places. So no one can listen to this man.
I'm going to say this and I'm going to go. Nobody's triggered about the phrase baby mama culture. And I'm going to agree wholeheartedly with Lola. The fact remains is, even Auntie, with how you just phrased what you said, or multiple fathers. The onus is always put on the woman. Because at the end of the day, if a man, like how one of them, I think it was either Best or M3, or maybe it was that Nell kid. If you see a dude and he's not taking care of his kids and he got multiple baby mamas, what makes you think he gonna take care of your kids? Well, dudes, if you see a chick and she got baby daddies and you have an issue with how she take care of her kids, what the hell makes you think if you give her one more kid, everything's gonna be yippee-ki-yay? It's not. It's got to be a reality check. And even today, I pulled up on the stream that Jason Whitlock was on. I threw a super chat like, "Yo, listen, all you said, good, great, whatever, but let's put the blame on both people." The mindset of the culture is, oh, Robbie's over here cloud chasing, trying to be attackive and diminutive to what I said, and I put money on it while they saying that they ain't even putting no money on the comments that they making on the conversation, because the mindset is constantly and continuously to blame Black women. And at the end of the day, when I come in the room and I talk and I shut they shit down because I didn't have kids until I was 32 and married, and me, my children, and their father match, like we all have the same last name, then it's, oh, you're a fluffy unicorn. Wrong again, Negroes. There's plenty of women like me, but y'all out here too busy trying to cast the confirmation bias on all Black women, and I'm tired. I'm not triggered. I'm tired. Why should I have to go through a whole gambit and fight niggas and tell them about themselves and their misconceptions for them to be like, oh, you know what? You're right. No, how about you treat people with respect coming through the door? How about you shut the freak up and get to know people for exactly who they are? We're not doing that in this culture. It's just, sweeping broad strokes, sweeping generalizations. Everybody knows everything, but don't nobody know nothing. And then when you're a woman and you speak to these men how they mothers should have, it's, oh, you're masculine. No, your mama should have been masculine and your father should have been less feminine, and then maybe you would know how to be a real man. Anyway, y'all, I'm tired. I'm going to bed. I love y'all. Fly free because of the privilege. And whatever, I'll catch y'all later.
See you, Ron.
Later, Robbie. Salute. Y'all make sure y'all follow Robbie Privilege on all social media platforms, all right? Follow on all social media platforms. Give that sister like, subscribe, hit that bell for her, all right?
Yes.
So same thing, too, for Great Pill Podcast and the homie Auntie. All right? Make sure y'all support these brothers, all right? They're doing some great stuff.
Yes. I mean, I have to agree. Now, here's the thing, though. If I was, let's say, early 20s, right, listening to this conversation, I personally don't know where my mind would be at, because I remember when I was 22, because I was a single mom by that age, right, and my mind was in a different place, because being a single mom in the mid 90s was a lot different than today. For instance, I didn't order food out as a single mom, right? Because there was no ordering food was not a thing. It's like all you could order was pizza and Chinese food, and that was it. So half the time I had to cook morning, noon, and night. When I was going to school and working, I still had to cook. My stepmother was cooking, my mother was cooking. Like, then what, you couldn't really just and order dinner. You couldn't, and everybody hungry. Now my kids, of course, in this generation, everything is an app. When I was coming up, that wasn't the case. So the way I raised my children was a lot different because of the generation I came up in. However, as a young woman, hearing stuff like this, right, I don't know how that would have like landed on me in my early 20s, but I know how it lands on me now. And although, like I think Mr. Best said, like in reality, right, you live in reality, not in YouTube. Everything isn't like that, those extremes, right? But when I'm in my reality, and I told Mr. Best some of the personal stuff that didn't happen to me, right? In my personal life, when I see these extremes show up, it's extremely disappointing, and it makes it doesn't make anyone feel obviously like there's hope. I mean, obviously it's like your hope is getting chipped away at, but it's just very disheartening when you come off of YouTube, right? And let's suppose you meet someone and you say, hey, meet me so and so place. You try to meet them there, and all they want to do is text and then not show up, but they want to text, not call, but just text. And let's suppose they over 40 years old. At some point, who said, I'm not triggered, I'm just tired. And this is where I think most people my age and maybe above is like, you know what? If it don't ever work out, I'm tired. I think I'm all right. And that's a problem too. It is, but it's like, what else are you gonna do? Yeah. So my thing is this, on this right here, I'm not trying to say that Austin can't, for instance, be saved. All right. I know he can. He's 23. But I will say that the older gentlemen that are around him in these spaces can do better, okay? Because there's certain things even I can't say to Austin because I'm a woman. But I feel that the men in his circle can do better. And I mean the passport bro circle, okay? They can do better at talking to him and letting him know, hey, this is a movement here and we're above sex. So don't go out there and make it essentially, yeah, you can talk about how great being 23 is and getting girls, right? But don't juxtaposition that to this movement, because what you're doing is changing the narrative on your own. It might be maybe 40 of them in the world doing that, right? But they have a bigger voice because that's the fuckery, and that's what's going to get promoted the most, not the guys that's really having channels really talking about real stuff. You see what I'm saying? They're not going to get promoted like the other ones. So I think they have the ability, or maybe the onus is on them, not on people like myself. Like me, I'm saying I'm not going to be regulating pulling up on passport bro channels because they passport bros. No, my thing is I'm 41 years old. If I see other women that are around my age acting out and I can pull up, I will. If I see elders not holding their position because I have an elderly parent, yes, I'm pulling up. And I'm not going to disrespect them, but I definitely am going to let them know, hey, this is the problem. And I'm addressing it right here where everyone can see it. And if enough people do that, you know what that creates? Culture. We used to have a culture where if you did something crazy, somebody else is going to pull up on you. And then they was going to pull up on your parent and tell your parent to pull up on you. And then you knew this wasn't going to happen. That was the culture because more people was used to doing that. But when the elderly people turned into 95, 100-year-old people and they died off, that culture died out a lot. And there's a little bit of people that still remember that.
I think what happened with that, though, as far as being dissolved, was media has a part to play with it, but because of media, a lot more stuff got exposed. Like we had, a lot of people stealing, robbing, raping, all this stuff. So people got more wary of, heck, there's even single moms, even two house parents. It's like, look, I just don't have my kids around your house. I mean, we're cool, but I'm just not going to bring my kids over your house to stay tonight. My mom did that. My neighbor was upstairs. The kid was like, yo, he having a sleepover party. His mother had all the food and pizza and ice cream we could eat. We're just going to do the movies and then everybody's going to sleep. My mother's like, no, you can go up there, do everything else. But when they go into bed, you come back down here. And I'm like, Mom, nope. But I didn't think none of it when I was a kid. But when I got older, she had a point. So now I think people got more concerning because it's like, hey, you got everything you need at home. You don't need to be out there like that. So that's why. And two, people like to sue like crazy. I don't care if you're winning or losing. People is very with the pulling up method. If I pull up on Ant Kids, you know what I'm saying? I need to come with the blueprint and everything else, because if a grown man come to me, hey, I better come with the answers. Not no by that time I'm already getting punched in the mouth, because from his perspective, by the time he rolled up, all he saw me grab his kid. That's all he saw. So guess what a father gonna do? React to that. You know what I'm saying? He ain't having no questions. He's gonna react as the questions come along. And then now I'm gonna react back, and now you got two grown men fighting because of the message was totally lost. So, and I'm not gonna get me started on just medical people. That a woman I know, this happened years ago between Jordan, Alabama. She said she's a registered art and another one, the LPN. She said that they saw an accident on the freeway, and they gave medical attention to this person. Survived now, but guess who got responsible between her and the hospital? Oh. So it's like she felt bad, like, okay, I did what I need to do as morally to help this person out. But guess what happened? Now the hospital is getting a lawsuit because I didn't do stuff by their policies. Now they're threatening to fire me. That happens too. That's the thing. Yeah. So that pulling up method, people think 3 times before pulling up on somebody. Yeah, I know the bus might come and slap. You know, I ain't gonna throw any name like that, but some bus might slap somebody, but I don't want to put no juju on you. I don't want to do
wood, bro. I'm not on wood.
Yeah, I don't want to throw no juju on you. But you know, a bus might come in and slap, and then you be looking at the bus at the whole time, thinking like the lawyers, the doctors.
I ain't driving nowhere all weekend just because you said that, bro. I'm just staying in the house.
Somebody, the whole time looking, the whole time got to calculate all this stuff, and then it's like, this is crazy. So yeah. It's media. It's a lot of stuff got exposed to the dangers in the world, and people just have to think about it. You know, look at I don't know why I can't remember the dude's name. He was like the pretty boy back in the 70s, and all he do was just sweet talk people and take the women and do his thing, and then he'll walk on down the street the next day and sweet talk again. Everybody's like, oh wow. So now people are very, very wary of everything. Heck, I even do it. I got a buddy on a Canadian space. We literally was white Canadian guy, black guy. We was talking about racism for like a whole 2 hours. A great conversation. And his stance was on the fear of it all. And I'm like, and he asked me a general question. Hey, Great Pill, if I invite you over to the restaurant and I say, hey, I'm treating you, got some nice ribs, the best ribs in town. He said, would you question it? I was like, yep. He said, oh, because I'm white? I said, well, first of all, I've been black since I was born, so that might be a spark of it, but definitely number 2, which should be number 1, I question everybody, sir. Black, green, purple, yellow. Ant hit me up. I know Ant, man, Ant cool. I think I could, Ant's the type of person I could roll on and drink some beer with. But as soon as I'm at Ant's house, okay, we good. All right, cool, we're great. But soon as Ant said, hey, man, let's go out to this bar real quick. I got these best ribs in town. Where we going? What address? Right. What time we hanging out there? Like, what's up? Oh man, I got you. No. I don't know about that. I got you method.
I feel you. I'm gonna be able to answer all your questions.
Exactly.
If I can't answer them myself, I ain't going.
Exactly.
Straight up. I'm thinking about all that before I go anywhere. So I'm trying to keep all of that stuff at a minimum. But that's the thing that these people need to be taken into consideration when they do go overseas. That goes for men and women. That's what I mean. None of this stuff is gender specific. We're talking about passport bros. We know women travel. I dated women that got pissed off because I don't like to travel like they do. I'm like, man, you just going on a damn vacation every damn month. All right. So you want to go over to the UK, you want to go over to Greece, you want to go over to Turkey, you want to go over to Spain, you want to do this every month for the hell of it. I got no business to handle over there. I'm busy. My shit is being handled over here. All right. Let me know. Give me a reason to go over there. I'll see you there. You know what I'm saying? They want to travel, see the world, do all of that stuff too. So it's cool. You know what I'm saying? Women travel too. I'm just saying, protect yourself if anything. Just like Raw B was saying earlier, learn the language, understand the culture, understand what's going on. I think Sierra was saying that too. Like, and understand these people ain't stupid. They got stuff going on for themselves, and it's disrespectful to just think, oh, I'm just gonna go over here and get sex. Or it's even disrespectful to say, oh, I'm just gonna go up here and just set up shop and make a bunch of damn money too. Like, at some point, you have to add to the culture. You can't always just be taken away. That's just not the way the universe works. You can't just go anywhere and be like, look, I'm gonna get what I want, and I ain't gonna give these people nothing, and that's it. It's all about me, and they're just stupid. I can't get away with it in the damn United States. You're gonna get what you're looking for. You really the mark that you think that everybody else is.
Right.
That's really what it is.
I don't mean to make this like kind of woo-woo or nothing like that, but on a grander scale, right, from a karmic standpoint, like you said, if you take from something and keep taking and taking and taking, right, you're going to run out of things to take from it. And then the universe is going to start demanding it back from you. But how it comes out of you is going to feel a little different than how it felt taking it. And I feel that maybe on a spiritual level, when you have men, for instance, that are going to a culture that is respectable and saying, I just want to fuck off, right? You go in there knowing that you're polluting that culture, and the more people that see you doing it, the more people that want to go there and do it. So then at some point, that culture becomes exactly what you're running away from over time. And it always happens a little bit over time. And I'm like, okay, at the end of the day, are we not going to see the lesson here? The lesson here is when you pervert your own, you run out of things to pervert. It's just like white supremacy. It consumes everything until there's nothing left to consume, and then it consumes itself. You understand? That's how it is. And I'm like, honestly, right, like you said, Auntie, when you go to these other countries, right, you have to go there respecting their culture. Now, their culture is when you like a woman, you don't marry her, you marry her family. So when you go on a date, it's you ain't going on a date with her. You going on her people know you like that, unless you dealing with a prostitute for real. Like in our culture, it used to be like that, where when you go on a date with a woman 25 and under, she usually living at home and she got her father there, and you got to go where her father is, and he gonna open the door and look you in your eye and let you know in this subtle way that shit can get real if it need to get real. Like,
hey, that's a fact. The first date I went on with my ex-wife, her father had passed away already. You know what I'm saying? She was 17 years old. You know, she was 17. I was 19 at the time. I had to go on that date with her and her mother.
Wait a minute, where did you go with her mother?
We went to the movies, but it was her and her mother.
Yeah,
both of them together.
Did her mother pay for y'all, or you paid for her and her mother?
No, I mean, to be honest, I don't even remember. I know I didn't pay for her mother. I don't remember if I paid for her. I don't think I paid for her. You know? Okay. I may have. I don't. It wasn't that big of a deal, but her mother was there too. So that's just something, you know, that's something that's kind of just a lost concept of courting the family and all of that other stuff. But I pay attention to even the paid promotion links in these videos. Like, I don't see now one paid promotion link for Rosetta Stone or any type of translator. learn a language. I'm just being real.
I know.
Like, I don't see nothing.
Yep. No ads. Like,
well, I'm talking about, like, if you go, like, it's so many other content creators that say they if they was giving a tour guide, they're promoting that tour guide as they're showing value to the country and the culture. I don't see, and I'll go back to you with the Austin thing. He just says he'll say it's a tourist guide, but he's not promoting the tourist guide. Because somebody even asked in the comments was like, "Yo, I would love to get to know her." And then here's another guy jumping behind it. That would never happen. But if she's a tour guide, why would she want to get that exposure?
Right.
She had to learn how to, and then it was crazy how Saida gave a perfect how she carried herself and said, "Hey, I got a business." So now you can see more layers to that, right? Mm-hmm. Now he kept promoting, saying this girl was a tourist guide, but then when he did a live with her on in his own public room or whatever, she was talking about, "Yeah, I paid for him for the date." Then she was going, I ain't gonna lie, she was a little bit maybe an alter ego, or you a little bit Lola, because she was defending him harder than you was coming at me. She was like, "Yeah, I hate when guys and people talk about him," and she was going in like, "Okay, this is not very professional of you. This is not very becoming of you, and you're cursing more. You cursing like a sailor too." You know what I'm saying? And so it was just a lot there that, again, people with sense will see that, and if they don't, they're gonna root for the rah-rah. Like, yeah, like you said, the majority of it's gonna be the sex part lead first, the money's gonna come leading first, and that's it. Because to be perfectly honest, he couldn't teach me anything. Them guys that was actually around him when he first left and went down there, when he was near Zoom to Thailand, and I'm pretty much not too much of Zoom Thailand's of his content, because I don't see too much value, but I recognize that he did what he needed to do, and you can see, hey, he's residing there, so he got the receipts for that. But anything else, the other brothers that was around him at that time that sitting at dinner tables with Austin, those are guys I'm like, yo, I want to go talk to them. You know what I'm saying? Even Artewell's another one too that was, and he'll try to like, hey, talk to this. No. You got the stamps on your passports. Right. I'm gonna ask you the questions. I don't give a crap about the girls. How do this? Even when I got my first passport, I asked my homeboy, 10, 11 years in the military, still active doing contract work overseas. He just recently here in the States for like a couple of years. He's been active here in the States. That's the dude I'm going to conversate with. Yo, bro, how do I get my password? Idiot, go to the post office. Well, idiot, I didn't know that. That's what I'm asking you. That's how we conversate, Ant. So he'll probably say some crap. So that's what I'm fixing on that level. But he'll like go there. Hey, if you pay for the full amount, it'll come in quicker. If you pay for the regular amount, you get about 4 to 6 weeks. Okay, cool. They're gonna bring you there. When you walk in there, they're gonna ask you basic questions, take a picture of you, and boom, there you. They gotta come back and pick it up. Ain't gonna be, no. Okay, once I got it right on time for my trip to Ireland. My peoples hit me up, got the full itinerary. Like I asked Saida, like, look, I'm not gonna ask you no dumb question. So Lola, I'm going to meet you on 22nd Street in Newark, New Jersey, and blah, blah, blah. And then we're going to walk a block up. Then we're going to stay here. We're going to look under the light. No, I gave you the itinerary. Don't you? The pamphlet here? I'm a business person. I got pamphlets. I got pictures of where we're going to go so you can see all the sites. And then if you bring your camera, because I'm sure as a tourist, you might give some kind of courtesy conversation. Hey, don't forget to bring your camera so you can take a picture of our beautiful country and our sights to see. And Now, if you go from the waterfalls and looking at Lola's ass, clearly you fucked up. So
but if that goes on too much, right? And I'm just saying, I know it's always going to be riffraff, but if it goes on too much, essentially some people with their businesses are going to say, you know what, I just don't want to do business with certain people. I'm just not.
But she gave a perfect example though. Even when I did free for motivational coaching, I put in a way where it's like, you got to come to me. I'm not gonna go to you because like I would waste too much money. But when it came to me, I had more than few women that were really hardcore hitting on me. I'm like, nah, this ain't cool. Arm length, whatever. I didn't do like the other guys you'll see behind them grabbing the waist. Like, yeah, girl, let me show you how to do the dip, and then I'll come back and forth. Yeah, that was a whole thing too. That's what I'm saying. When if you're focused on one thing, and then you'll see a whole nother array of it. Let me get the camera out.
Hold on, I think it's still trying to focus.
Yeah, because I was doing a little bit lot. But yeah, this is how it goes. You'll see so much negative. It's like whatever. It's a lot.
But you know what? On that point with the tour guide thing, or let's say the guys of tour guide, right? I remember when I was in Egypt and we had a tour guide, and it was a female, right? And so she owned the company, but when we got there, she had her driver, which was a man. I think it was her cousin, and she also had another cousin or brother that met her at the restaurant because she literally toured us. And so she was never alone nowhere. Okay. Yeah. And so, but I was there with a man, so it was different. But I know, like, if it was like two men are there right there, she, as a tour guide over in any country, and we talking about from continent to continent, the real tour guides understand you talking about foreigners. You don't know what their culture is and why they come in there and why they need you. They could be needing you to transport cocaine, as far as you know. You can't do that by yourself. So if somebody says, oh, these girls that we met, you know, in Brazil or in Cambodia or wherever, they tour guides, and it just so happened they wearing the skimpiest clothes, and they taking us down the roads that we don't know is the roads paved with all the prostitutes, right? You know, I feel like this is a good thing when we expose this type of lie, because if it just keeps perpetuating itself, it's just going to get bad to the point Americans can't go nowhere.
I don't know. I disagree with that, because the passport bro, just to coin the term, is just a new thing. Expats been around for the longest. People been traveling around this world since before Christopher Columbus. You know what I'm saying?
It was never under the guise of let's say the media to this degree, right? Because like you said, it has always been around, but it's been around underground, whereas it hasn't been like something on top that's been like, you know, like the main thing. It's just something that, yeah, you can get into if you know where to find it, cool. But now I'm like, okay, this is getting to be a bit much. Shit is showing up on the news. People are dying. Like, it's just becoming too much of a thing. Algorithms, it seems like that's the only thing it won't care about. I mean, this is becoming too much, but it's because it's no longer on the underground or on the low, as we used to say back in the day. It's just not there. So I'm saying, to me, as an American, if you go to a place that has a bias against you, regardless of why, right? You didn't do anything, but that bias is there because for a reason. Something happened that caused people to feel like the way they feel. And if it gets out of hand, again, like people have said before, it just puts a target on innocent people's back. Ultimately, that's what's happening. Whether we talking about just the men, or we just talking about tourists in general that travel from America elsewhere. It's just a target on their back when people say, "Oh, you American passports, bro." It's like every man traveling to another country isn't a passport, bro. First of all,
I ain't gonna lie. If I ever travel and somebody say that, I don't think, like I said, I don't think that's a no. Man, I hope not. I hope not. But if somebody ever hit me up and I'm about to stamp my book, and somebody say, "Hey, your passport, bro," I'm like, "Hey, Lola," because I'm not registered. It's like the whole manosphere, red pill talking points, it's them pill ideologies, right? When I walk out my door, around the panel, anybody can just answer this. Do you literally hear somebody, speaking coin those terms and stuff when you walk out your door, you go into friends and family? I don't hear it. I don't hear it. So if somebody, I hope this don't happen though, because I don't want to come back to this panel like, yo, Lola warned me, because I just don't see it.
The Caribbean though, because if you're going to the Caribbean, that might happen.
I'll ask my homegirl because she just went to Jamaica twice. You know what I'm saying? So I know she's on that demon time on her end. She'll lie to me, but I know she's on that demon time. But I'll ask her because she's the recent person I know that actually traveled. And then a buddy, he's an expat. His name Rike. Mm-hmm. He's more back and forth on the Philippines. So he just went back to the Philippines. Mm-hmm. He heard it, but I don't think he walked outside around California. People were like, yeah, passport bros. Even when he got back to the base in the Philippines, I don't think nobody said, yeah, passport bros. Yeah, I just think it's a new slang term.
It is new. It is very new. So I don't suspect anybody in the next year or so will ever you'll hear it like that, out there. But I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm seeing some YouTube channels popping up from Filipinos with that in their mouth. And I'm wondering, what is really good in the hood for real? Like, you got Filipinos, you got Russian chicks, you got people from all over the world making YouTube channels talking about passport bros and black men with other types of women. And I'm sitting there like, what?
I think it's the algorithm touching with them, like, yo, this is how I can get my coin. Because I know, this is me speaking on it. Because most of the like Filipino P, and there's like two more over there that has content. That's generally their job. They're getting paid, so they're gonna make content. So if anything, because like one woman, she literally came at Andrew Tate, for example, and then somebody that followed that does that type of content saw her reaction to that, and he spoke on her. So that was like kind of a little back and forth. So I agree. There might be some women out there, but I think only because the algorithm hit them and they said, oh, okay, the numbers say I can get paid this much if I talk about it. Sure, I'll go that route.
And it's nothing. It's females out here that do this shit. So I know that. And here's the thing: YouTube is easy money if you know how to, do it. But if I know my own is on some stuff like that, I can only imagine what that might do elsewhere. And I'm okay with people getting their little coins or whatever. But I just found it real funny that I started seeing stuff from the Philippines popping up with my algorithm. I was like, what is going on, y'all? Like, what y'all talking about? Like, I kind of feel like, to a degree, Americans don't got a right to talk about the Philippines, but so much because unless you've been there, you really shouldn't be talking about what's there, like, unless it's on some educational shit, right? And then vice versa. So I was like, listen, this is getting out of hand. And like I said, I'm not going to cover the passport bros because I respect the idea that black men are going overseas for whatever reason they're going over there for, right? They don't have to be going over there to build shit. They could be going over there just to have fun. The issue is the respect factor. It's like, do whatever you do as a grown person, right? But just make sure that wherever you go in the world, you're still one of us at the end of the day. And your actions still impact others. And that's another thing with our culture that I think we failed to do in the next generation, is to teach them you don't stand on your own. You stand on the shoulders of those that came before you, and everybody that's a lateral is with you that you affect. Nothing you do is solely just affecting you. There's always a trickle effect with everything. So it's like everybody seems to think it's just me against the world, and it's like, but everybody's leaning on somebody else for something else. And it's like this is because we really haven't honed down on this concept that you are a part of a community whether you like it or not. So if you go overseas, you are part of a community whether you like it or not. Don't talk reckless. Don't be reckless, because when you need somebody to pull up, that's what's going to be now. Remember with the black chick that got stuck over in Russia with the weed? I told everybody, when black people do what she did, what you do is you let them learn their lesson, because she was told over here, don't do that. And she thought, oh, I'm gonna play games with them over there because I got my money, She lucky she of that other persuasion, because she will still be over there, and I wouldn't give a damn. Like, no, that's not what we're gonna do. But see, I'm just holding the code, because it's like, look, I respect the fact that you in Russia, that's where you at, that's your people's now, whatever. But just keep that same energy when they lock you up for holding weed. I
agree.
Energy.
See, Lola speaks as a mother. I'm surprised she don't have her granny glasses on right now.
Yeah.
She ain't bring Grandma Lola out right now. But she speaks a lot of these times as a mother. Lola projects a lot, but her projection is healthy because she is speaking as a mother. Maybe grandmother pretty soon as well. You know what I'm saying? So, she speaks as that. So when she's trying to speak to the generation, she's speaking from that standpoint. You know what I mean? So, I understand why she feels so deeply about it, because her kids and the younger members in her family can be affected. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got no kids. You know what I mean? I don't. You know what I'm saying? So, but I do have like nephews, but he's like a toddler, so he's super young. By the time he's of age, people may not be thinking about passports. Hell, passports may not even not exist. Who knows? I don't know what's going to happen in the next 15, 20 years. Who knows? I don't know what's going to happen in this generation. But I know for this generation, it is something that is a factor. So I understand why Lola feels so much about it, because, her kids and her, and the people that's within her generation are affected. So I get it.
I remember I was in Florida with my oldest son, and we was walking on the beach, and he was talking to me. He was talking about some of the conversations he hear online about femininity, right? And he was giving me his thoughts on that. And at the time he was 20 or 21. And I remember I was just having that talk with him, listening to what he thinks about this conversation, as like, he just got out of high school, and he understood what everyone was saying, but in his opinion, right, he felt like femininity and masculinity were like superpowers. And it was interesting that at his age he used the term superpower, because he's coming out of an era of Marvel. So to him, the way he understands this conversation is, well, femininity is a woman's superpower. So it's something that only women can do, and it's their superpower. And so if they lose that superpower, then they're powerless, right? That's how he conceptualized it in his mind. And granted, it was correct, but I realized that at his age, at some point, we can't expect young people to conceptualize very mature topics, but to a certain degree, which is the reason why I'm like, at 23 years old, he doesn't understand traditionalism. I'm talking about Austin. Like, we can explain traditionalism to him from like the 80s and the 90s, right? Or the 70s even. But can he truly understand that in a time where he didn't exist? Like, can he understand the way our culture was set up 30 years ago? Like, or even 40 years ago? Like, can he really understand that when he didn't come up in that? No, he can't. He can hear it from a historical person point of view, sure. But can he really know it? No, he can't. He only knows his experience. And his experience now is you should be a select guy and have it your way. And if you can't, it's something wrong with the people around you. This is a very spoiled mentality. And don't get me wrong. Don't think I don't got no smoke for his mama with that. Because just because you're a single mother don't mean you got to let your kids run amok when it comes to teaching them shit. Okay? I get it. Shit is hard. Daddy ain't around. But you still got to hold the line as far as you being a mother. Okay, that doesn't absolve you from being a mother because the dad isn't around. Sure, your kids might, turn out a little weird because their dad ain't around. But again, that does not absolve your job as a mother. Like I've always told my daughter when her father was locked up for most of her life, I'll never be your dad and I won't replace him. And it's unfortunate he's not around. But I'll try to be the best mother I can to you. But that's all I can give you. I can't give you what you're missing from him. And I mean, I'm not the one who put him in jail. So,
but Lola, what if his mother did everything she could, right?
That's what I'm saying.
Like, yeah,
right. If she did, cool. I'm not saying she didn't, but just from a general standpoint, I haven't forgot that she plays a role in this too. But if she did what she could do and she did everything right, she did what she's supposed to do. But if she didn't, okay, that's an issue too. But again, she plays a role in how he turned out. Even if his dad wasn't there, she played a role in that, because her job, one, is to still teach a man that soft life, how, and let's say soft skills, not soft life, but soft skills. Soft skills has a lot to do with, let's say, being able to read a room, being able to be in tune with what's going on that's not being said, things like that. For him to understand women on a deeper level, that's her job, right? Now, if he missed all of that for some reason, I don't know, because I'm still stuck on the fact that he think he light skinned. I'm still like, I don't understand. Woman, who told him he was light skinned?
I got a question, Lola. So what ideals do your older children hold on to, and what ideals do they kind of like? All right, Mom, I'm kind of doing my own thing in that. The ones that you don't have to share. No, I'm saying, what ideals do your kids hold on to still that you have taught them, and what are some things that they kind of go on their own way? The things that you can share, you don't have to share like intimately, but things that you can't share. Like,
I'll say, I taught all my children, right, that education is important, right? It's important because you live in America, and it's like the base, like it's just a base, right? But I also told them that it's not just education that's going to get you places. It's your ability to make friends where you're at, and your ability to keep respect where you're at. That's what's going to get you places. And now, mind you, I told them that. But what my mother told me is manners will get you further than money. That's what she told me. Now, I didn't put it to my children like that, right? But what I told my children is basically, yes, get an education, but understand there's other things that will get you further in life than just education. You see what I'm saying? Yes, being a good person will get you further than not being a good person, right? Being able to speak your word and people know your word is your bond will get you further than being a liar. Okay, like I've taught my children that way. I've also taught, for instance, like my daughter, for instance, like I'm like, listen, if you don't know how to do basic shit, no man is gonna want you. And if you really don't know how to manage yourself as a woman, like as far as like how you're supposed to be as a woman, like for instance, the way we keep our sanitary napkins, men shouldn't see that. The way you keep your hygiene, the way you keep your house, like the things you don't do as a woman, right? If you don't manage yourself like that, ain't nobody gonna want you, period. And rightfully so. My daughter had to learn the hard way. And she learned real hard, the hard way. But she knew already, but because she thought, my mother, she was raised by those old folk. I mean, that was back in the 80s. It's different now. She said that. She's like, it's different now. And I was like, bitch, the fuck? So I was like, all right, go ahead. And she learned the hard way. But she got on track after a while. She got on track. And now she living life a little more conscious, you know. But the thing is, I was raised by my parents, who both were raised by their grandparents. So it was like my great grandparents, my mother and father didn't meet. And yeah, I was raised real old school. I was, but it's like the way I raised my children is the reason why I was a teen parent. None of them are teen parents. I didn't go straight to college. All of them went straight to college. I grew up in the hood, even though my father owned property out there and he still owned like apartment buildings and stuff like that. It still affected me. My children are not affected by that. Okay. These are things that I had to do and some sacrifices, but there's things that I'm teaching my kids. Like, for instance, my youngest son, I have to tell him all the time, come off of the technology and learn to do it without technology. And he feels like I'm telling him, you have to know both. He's telling me, Mom, the purpose of us creating technology is so that we could be better, not so that we can keep going back to the Stone Ages. That's what And so me and him have this battle where I'm like, no, come off of it. Do it the old school way. Learn it both ways. That way, if you don't have technology, you still can get your work done and you still can do it. I think what happened was one time the internet went down and he lost his mind. So Mama was right. I was right.
I think you're both. I think you're both right because, in a sense, one day. I mean, you laughing, but one day he's gonna replace you and me.
That's
He's
true.
gonna be the new Terminator. You feel me? He's gonna be the new model.
Yeah.
And when that new model take over, they're gonna say what's what, and me and you gonna be on the beach or maybe an old folks home somewhere. Know what I mean, chilling. Know what I mean, and he's gonna be running the world along with his generation. Know what I mean, so. You know, I mean, that's just how it is, and that happens to everybody. We replaced our parents, right? They doing what they're doing now. They aging, you know what I mean? They entering, you know, the other phase of life. You know what I mean? You know, God bless them. You know, as many more days they can have. But it is what it is. It's life. You know what I'm saying? So eventually, that is what it is. So I think these kids nowadays they understand, or they have an understanding of what the new world gonna be, and that's what we doing right now. This screen, right? You know what I mean? It's technology thing. You know what I'm saying? And it's only getting way more and more advanced. You know what I mean? Yeah. You know, and I was telling somebody, I was saying that the way that we do certain things, right? Matter of fact, we was talking about this. The way we do certain things as far as our interaction with people, soon everything will be all digital. It's no more gonna be, you know, just, you know, the regular whatever. Everything will be all digital because that's what people love now. People love talking to people digitally. You know what I'm saying? I think it's all right. You know what I mean? But to me, ain't nothing like person to person. Person to person, that's the shit. But some people just like the digital shit. Some people would only want to have friends in a digital world. They don't even have friends like people that's really in their neighborhood. Like that's some real shit. Like they have no friends in their neighborhood, no friends like around them or nothing. They only have friends in the digital world, and that's what they live off of. Crazy but true. Wow.
Well, the thing is, that's what I've been afraid of, and why I've done what I've done with my children, and I've tried to force them to be in person. Like one time, my daughter with her first boyfriend, they were arguing over him allowing too many females to post from his page and create content. And they were arguing like in the house to the point her friend, I wake up out the bed and he's like, Miss Lola, and I'm like, what is you screaming in my house like that for? And I said, he's like, can you please get her because I'm trying to tell her that my friends post and when they post I don't be there and she don't understand the post. And I said, let me tell you something, Vouaghn, and I said, get the fuck out of my house, go to the movie. I told him, get the fuck out of my house and go to the movies now. And my daughter said, well, ain't nothing playing. So I don't give a damn. Get out and go do something because all y'all here talking about who posting what in the digital world and who go to the movies, watch a movie together. That's what you do. Okay, because this is the problem. Y'all online typing and shit and don't understand that you need human skills. And this is why you in here arguing and shit. And it's like, at the end of the day, if everybody digital, when they have to live together, I don't know what they're going to do. I don't know. And this started happening back in the 2000s, early 2000s, when this happened. In the early 2000s. And I'm just like, no, see. And I do fear that. I fear that my children will lose touch with how to be in a relationship if they're too digital. So I'm forcing them to like just stay with me, stay in person with me, because I don't want my sons kind of like being in relationships and they can't really be in it because they grew up digital all the time. Same thing with my daughter. Like I seen it coming with her and him. I'm like, y'all arguing like y'all old people in here, like over shit I don't understand. Like at the time I didn't understand how Facebook was wired with all that shit, but this was a problem and I seen it coming, and that's why I'm like, Bilal, get off your app and learn to do it without the app. Just get off, please. And he keeps saying, man, this is the old school way. It's the quicker way to do it. And I don't like it. This is so long. And it's like, this is ridiculous. And then he started throwing Einstein in my face. And I was like, yeah, okay, do what I say. Do what I say.
Bro, I'm just listening, man. 'Cause y'all, y'all are dropping gems. Look, I'm gonna always say it. We got the greatest technological invention in the history of mankind. So instead of using it to replace the old school way, we're supposed to make the old school way more efficient. We don't use it. We're not supposed to use it as an excuse to not read books. We're supposed to use it in a way that allows us, instead of being able to read one book a week, we should be able to read one book a day. Or 2-3 books a day now. We should be able to take in information a lot more, but instead we're using it to kind of cut corners and take shortcuts, and that's what you're seeing with this whole passport bros and all of these other movements and hashtags and all of that. It's like, yo, how can I get what I want without having to put in the work to do it? The fact of the matter is there's no easy access to anything. In order to get the life you want, the woman you want, the connections, the network, and just be able to walk with a certain level of confidence, you're gonna have to go through some trials, some tribulations, probably some rejection. You're gonna get your feelings hurt. You're gonna lose. You know, like it is what it is. But these people don't want to do that. So it's like people come on the internet. It's like, yo, what's the magic formula? Show me the way. I know you got a formula. I know that's what they think. There's a mathematical equation and formula for everything. It's like, yo, this is life, bro. Like you have to fall. Like how many of us learn how to ride a bike without falling on that motherfucker one time? It is what it is.
But Auntie, you know what it is, bro. It's like the older generation, right, is always gonna feel a way about the younger generation about the easy shit that we've had, right? Mm-hmm. Like our parents felt the way about certain shit that we had, right? I remember I just wanted to make a simple phone call, and like, I grew up with my grandparents, like they raised me. You know what I mean? And I think I was like either 19 or 20, right? And I'm chilling in the house. I think it's summertime. I'm trying to call a girl up or whatever. And I'm like, yo, let me just make a quick phone call. And my grandfather like, don't use my phone, buy your own phone. And I'm like, goddamn, like, I just want to make a quick phone call. You know what I'm saying? But in his mind, it's like, yo, I done worked hard. I done lived through civil rights. I done been through segregation. Go do some shit. Right? That was his mindset. Right? Now, it made me go and get my own, right? I went and got my own. I went and got my cell phone and all. I got my little Motorola flip phone, you know what I mean? When I was out here, thinking I was a man because I had my little phone. You know what I mean? I got prepaid at first. They kind of duped me, but then I got the real one after that. But that's another story for another time. But anyway, right? So, he felt the way about that, right? Just like we feel the way about when we see the new cats doing what they doing. Mm-hmm. Not reading, not doing certain shit, because we had to do that. We come from a generation, we still had to go to the library. Yeah. Right? And remember, back in the day, you had to it was like maybe a few computers, right? And y'all had to take a turn, right? If your homie had it first, you had to wait till he finished, and then you get on and you rock. You know what I'm saying? And then if you had the AOL joint, you know what I mean? He give you a little code, you get the little disc. You know what it was? I mean, I ain't gonna go through the whole spiel, but I know what it was.
You had it in your crib, you was living large, bro.
You was the man, bro.
You was living large if you had that in your crib, bro. In 95, if you had dial-up, you was that dude.
Word.
Color printers, remember that? Remember them?
Yeah, dollar breakdown? Word, that's how it was. That's what it was for us, right? We have a different perception because we had to go through different struggle, and we built this technology shit really for them. Whether you say Mark Zuckerberg or whatever you want to share that came from our generation. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? LeBron, all the people that's in our age group, we built a certain type of lifestyle for them to live. So now when they step in, right, they don't understand. Just like we don't understand. We don't understand what it was in the 60s and 70s. We just wasn't around this motherfucker. Or if we were, we was not aware of what really was going on. You know what I mean? But they, in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, they was going through some real shit. You know what I mean? And so when they try to tell us about it, it's like they speak in a foreign language because we like, yo, like, yeah, I understand you feel that way, but yo, I want to go watch Jordan on TV, or I want to go do this, or I want to go do that. Like, know what I mean? Like, we watching cartoons, we doing different things, we creating shit. Mm-hmm. We seeing technology be transformed right in front of our eyes, so we feel differently. And they like, yo, you don't understand, I couldn't even ride the bus. Like, you able to ride the bus, and they give you a pass because you're in school. I had to walk to my school. You feel me? So they felt different. Just like we feel different. You feel me?
All of the elders I talk to, they like, yo, I don't know how the hell y'all kids do it now. Like how the kids do it now. They like, yo, this is way harder now than it was back then. Because just like you said, yeah, that was a little rougher, but it was pretty damn simple compared to what people got to go through now. You know what I'm saying? Now you can't even say them. There's you can't even talk. You can't even say hi, how are you to women and things like that. You can't even address. I can't even address Lola as her without possibly offending certain people.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
Like I gotta make sure that I use the right
Nice.
pronouns and all of this. Like, bro, it's deep. So I mean, I talk to the older generation. They're like, yo, I don't know how the hell you do it. Like I couldn't live in this day and age. I couldn't grow up in this. Yeah.
Yeah, because Antigua, there's nothing to fight over. We find shit to fight over. That's just the flaw of man. There's nothing to fight over. We chilling. We got all this technology. You can order food whenever you want. You can order a ride whenever you want. Shit, you can order companionship if you want. Man, you can order whatever you want. PlayStation 5, whatever the fuck you want, you can order it anytime. Headphones, like Great Pill got 2 headphones right now. You got 3 I see in the back. You know what I mean? You got the whole sound system and shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like, bro, you know what I mean? Like, it's different. So now we ain't got nothing to fight over. We just invent shit to fight over now. People just invent shit. And now we starting to attack legends like Aretha Franklin and shit like that. This shit is so goofy, man. It's so goofy and left, man. It's crazy.
Which I find it funny because most people, and I'll just speak most on the women's side, they'll be like, you don't like to get out? I'm like, yo, I literally got everything in my house. I'm good. I got music, the games. I'm a tech guy. I love my little gadgets and stuff. So trust me, I'm entertained when I'm home. And if I'm cleaning, I got my music blasting. Even when I go to work, that's what people know me. Are like, yo, I know Great Pill around the corner. I hear something bumping. Yeah, I'm coming in hot. I'm coming in hot. I'm setting the mood when I walk into work. I don't want to know. I don't know you. I know my check. That's what I know. But it's crazy, man. But Lola mentioned about like friends online digital. We had conversated about that too. Just give a shameless plug where we talk about how parents dictate the time with the phones and technologies and all the apps. So that's a plus too for parents out there who haven't done it. I encourage you to do that. The earliest age for kids. Set a same way parents set bedtimes for kids, set bedtimes for those phones too, the tablets and anything else. Kids are very curious individuals. Don't be like, I told them 9, so I trust them. No, let me just go ahead and take it out the bedroom because they might get, the vampires, they'll jump up on it real quick. So it's just stuff like that. You just have to be very mindset. And that actually will be, again, I'll throw it back to Austin. Maybe his mom didn't do that. Maybe his mom, because he's that little millennium or X or Z's or whatever the letter it is, baby, where his parents is like, yo, it's okay for him to play with these things. It's okay for him to do these things. It's okay. They just, I'm just speculating.
It was all a tablet.
Yeah, maybe his parents just never said no to him, and he just had that cocky little whatever attitude. My parents was more like on the, like her aunt said, you know what? It's better to show you than I could tell you. You know what? Proof's in the pudding. I already told you 3 times, so now you're going to go ahead and do what I just told you not to do, and now you got the boo-boo and you got scraped, or heck, you might even broke an arm. They're gonna take you to the hospital, and as they take you to the hospital, what did I tell you? You're not going to blame me for it. I told you 5 times. Yeah, you'll figure it out. I told you 5 times not to go up the ladder, not to climb the roof, not to do. And these are things that happened when I was growing up. People climb the roof. Hell, I remember me and my brother was running around the woods. You know what I'm saying? Nobody really let you do that now, but we was running the woods and we climbed this one tree. And I remember the wind got so crazy where the tree like pinned us in. So now I'm like, I got to use my 9-year-old kid strength to try to like brace the tree again. So if the wind swing again, it'll brace apart so I can sling my body outside the tree. But if I stay there, that tree would just so it's just things you have to just go through. And my grandmother, God rest her soul, she was an elder woman, told us what not to do, and we went to did it anyway. And what's she gonna do? Chase us and watch us 24/7? No, her word should have been her bond. If we didn't listen to it, you get what you get. That's it. That's it.
But before I just want to jump in real quick, because I'm about to dip in a second, but this is like that cartoon. Y'all will remember. Y'all are probably old enough. Yeah, y'all are old enough to know Looney Tunes. We used to watch the Road Runner and all of that stuff.
Yeah, baby.
Wile E. Coyote would always be every damn show. He ordering some crazy ass apparatus to catch the damn Road Runner. Order it, it's delivered the next day. We living in that now. And I used to wonder. I'm like, because it was crazy when you used to watch it. It's like, yo, how the hell he just order stuff, get it delivered right in the middle of the damn desert. And now it's like, yo, you can just order something and get delivered tomorrow. But I used to wonder, like, yo, why don't this motherfucker just order some food? And he won't have to chase the damn road.
He ain't have DoorDash back then, bro.
That's also the world that we live in. That's my point. That's the world that we live in. Everybody's got everything at their fingertips, but nobody knows what the hell to actually, you know what I'm saying, sift out. That's what I mean. We got this invention right here. It's the internet. With the exception of the wheel, there's no other technological invention that parallels this thing right here. And if this is what we're using it for, come on, man, we underachieving. Like, just straight up. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, you know, at some point, the younger generation, they're going to have to figure it out. They're going to have to do a little bit better. You know?
I have to agree with you. And I don't mean to keep you guys. Like I said in the beginning of my show, I'm going to try and make it short. And this is me making it short. So Grateful, stop pushing your lips together like it was a lie.
Grateful trying to become a meme. He's trying to become a meme. He's trying to get us to you know what I mean, to post his shit for sure. We got you, Grateful.
You just don't know.
And hold on, but when we close, man, Grateful, just stick around for a second. I want to holler at you real quick. Just stick around. We're about to close.
No problem.
All right. Yeah, so thank everybody for tuning in. And like I said, this is my last conversation about that. Whatever y'all get from it, you get from it. But I hope that everybody takes from this what they need to. This is not to put anybody personally down. But like I said, the real issue is us and how we deal with each other internally. And we got to deal with that at some point. And if we just going to talk about it right now, maybe in the future do something, maybe do something now, we got to start somewhere. So that is my motivation. But if y'all want to smoke, clearly I got it. But thank y'all. I appreciate you.
Knowledge and relationships